All right, welcome. Today is Tuesday, June 1st. This is the Bellevue School District regular board meeting, and we'll start with roll call. I'm Francine Wiest.
Carolyn Watson.
Christine Chu. Erica Malik.
Seema Sarafan.
And Acting Superintendent.
Viva Collins.
Excellent. And with that, we're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. And we have our student, Brittney, whose birthday is today. Happy birthday. Will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you so much. All right, can you hear me well?
Yes.
Perfect. So, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And can you continue with the land acknowledgement, please?
I would love to. We acknowledge, honor, and respect that our broad community of Bellevue School District students, families, educators, and staff live and learn on the traditional Indigenous land of the Coast Salish peoples. We thank the caretakers of this land who have lived here and continue to do so since time immemorial.
Thank you. And that brings us to some additional acknowledgements that we have today. So I want to point out that June is LGBTQ+. It is Pride Month. And this is a month of celebration, but also a month for reflection. In a national survey by the Trevor Project, nearly 35,000 LGBTQ+ youth.
Hello?
Hello? Okay, we're gonna keep going. You're in the meeting. A national survey, 42% of LGBTQ+ youth seriously considered attempting suicide in the past year, including more than half of transgender and non-binary youth. And more than 80% of LGBTQ+ youth stated that COVID-19 made their living situation more stressful. Only 1 in 3 found their home to be LGBTQ+ affirming. And 70% stated that their mental health was poor most of the time or always during COVID-19. But with that, they found hope when they had affirming parents, connection to others who are LGBTQ, through their educational opportunities, feeling seen, having supportive and accepting friends, having LGBTQ+ support in school, learning more about LGBTQ+ history, and having a chance to express their self-identity and finding others who identify in similar ways, among other things. So we have a month ahead of us to celebrate our youth who identify this way. June 12th is Loving Day, and I wanted to point this one out. Not only is it about love, but it's really commemorates the 1967 United States Supreme Court decision, Loving versus Virginia. And our tie to Washington State is that the two individuals involved here, Mildred and Richard, actually married in Washington State because Washington State was one of only 8 states that did not have any anti-miscegenation laws. And then they returned to Virginia, where they were asked to leave because Virginia did not allow mixed race marriages. And that resulted in the 1967 United States Supreme Court decision that banned all such laws in the United States. And so June 12th commemorates that. June 14th is the Flag Day. I have one other little story about that because it celebrates students. It turns out that the current 50-star flag configuration was designed by a 17-year-old high school student. He created the design as part of a class project. His design eventually made its way to the White House, where it was selected to be the design. And apparently, His history teacher then changed his grade from a B- to an A. So, but it's great in terms of what our students can accomplish. And then finally, June 19th, as we know, marks the day when federal troops arrived in Galveston, Texas, and were able to proclaim enslaved people to be free nearly 2.5 years after the Emancipation Proclamation. And then that December, the 13th Amendment was finally adopted, formally abolishing slavery in America. And so that brings us to item 1.5, which is approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
I'll second it. Is there any discussion or changes? All right, seeing none. All those in favor of the agenda?
Aye.
Aye. All right, the agenda carries. And that brings us to item 1.6, our student update. So Brittney Mason is a 9th grader from Big Picture and will provide us an update.
Yes, so should I just speak a little bit about what I've been doing and my internships?
That would be wonderful.
Okay, so my first semester internship was with the Issaquah History Museum, and I got to interview a longtime citizen of Issaquah and gather stories and information that was used in a few exhibits and added to the museum archives, which is really cool. And my current internship now, I started in February, and it's with the UW Leash Labs. And my mentor is a really nice herpetologist, and herpetology is the study of reptiles and amphibians, and is the kind of branch of biology that I really want to get into when I'm older. And so we've been kind of looking at the northwestern fence lizards that live around here in Washington, and we've been collecting data on their habitats, and all the data that we can collect can then be used with future experiments that they've been doing. They've actually currently been working on some to introduce new lizards to that habitat and see how they react. And so it's been really fun, and I've learned a lot of new things, especially like coding. I've been using a lot more with the program that we've been using to visualize that data. So yeah, it's been really cool.
Thank you very much. It's always great to hear what students are up to and the opportunities that our district makes available. I know some of them students have to go out and find, but overall, having that opportunity here in the district is wonderful. So thank you. And you are welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting or go and celebrate your birthday. So thanks for sharing with us.
Thank you so much for having me.
And with that, that brings us to item 2, which is the consent agenda. I'll move that we adopt the consent agenda. Okay, is there anyone that wants to remove something? Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you again for the narrative memo that came with the budget report. That's just fantastic. So thank you.
Okay, anything else? All right, all those in favor of the consent agenda?
Aye.
All right, consent agenda. Is there a, okay, any abstentions? Okay, 1 abstention. Consent agenda carries 4 with 1 extension. That brings us to the superintendent update. Acting Superintendent Collins.
Thank you, Dr. Wiest. I'd like to start with some acknowledgements. We're super proud, and I want to be able to, we actually have a student in the audience, and I don't know if Carrie Lang, oh, yeah, she's here. Yes. Okay, good. The Washington Association of School Administrators, also known as WASA, is an organization for professional educators committed to leadership, offering professional development and opportunities for leadership. For several years, WASA has honored leaders in districts throughout Washington state, including the Puget Sound area. This year, Bellevue School District received 3 WASA Awards, and we are so proud to announce these recipients. The recipient of the Community Leadership Award, Carrie Lang. She is our, this is a name that you have heard many times over this past year and a half. She's our Director of Special Education Health Services. As a result of the vaccination clinics, the BSD nurse staff have vaccinated over 2,598 people to date, some of which are community members and educators from neighboring districts. More dates are scheduled and plans to vaccinate more people are coming up this month. Thank you so much, Carrie Lang. We also have 2 students. These students exemplify our vision as creators of their future world. Their leadership and initiative they're not only impressive, but are making a positive difference in our community. The first recipient of the Student Leadership Award, Mike Asher, from Newport High School. Mike led efforts for the STEM fair that was held online this year. Dr. Sanjay Gupta was the guest speaker, and he worked with Lisa Nashiba to ensure all students and guests could be viewed across the district, regionally and nationally. Thank you to Mike. And is our third student here? Okay, the third student is not here. The recipient of the Student Leadership Award, Andrew Marekis from Big Picture School. Andrew led a personal crusade to share information about the BSD vaccination clinics, also encouraging staff to post selfies of them getting vaccinated. His article in the Seattle Times and video showed the strength of our BSD community through adversity. I really want to thank and congratulate all of these WASA Award recipients. We're so proud of you. Okay. It's hard to follow that with other news, but in other news, I'll give you some updates about where we are this spring with ending the school year, what are some of our updates on summer, and our plans for the fall. So starting with the spring update, a couple of things. First of all, I wanted to say that we already talked about the vaccines, that Shamari Jones has been conducting some student focus groups as he did earlier this school year. Has not yet completed them, but has had tremendous response to this. And he said the general sentiment is that all students who have returned to their building feel more connected to their teachers and peers. Social distancing seems to be a barrier for some of the students. However, the general sentiment of these students is that something is better than nothing. Students who join a live class virtually feel the same level of disconnect as what's earlier reported. So that just not being there in person still leads to that sense of not really feeling as connected. I wanted to let you know that as we shared earlier, that the graduations are all planned for in-person this year, and many senior events are underway. Most recently, we heard from Sammamish, who is planning a in-person prom on their field, which sounds like a lot of fun and exciting. We have moving up assemblies, senior awards, many events that are happening this year, and we're very proud of our seniors and excited that we can at least do some of these things in person at the end of the year. And then finally, I also wanted to share regarding spring, the transition plans, and all of our schools have ceremonial plans in place. Some of them are also doing parades or other extended activities and events in person. And every educator has contractually 4 hours of time devoted to the transition of students for their social, emotional, and academic success. And this is for all grade levels. I also want to speak about this spring in terms of the barrier to having all students return in a greater number of hours. I know that we've received some parent concerns or family concerns regarding an article that was recently published that showed that Bellevue School District, the number of hours are minimal. And while they meet the minimum requirement by the state, they're certainly by no means where we would like to be. And so we are not in a place that we would want to be. And I want to recognize that the board has expressed the importance of maximizing in-person learning for our students. And we do have an agreement with the BEA that we can't just change what's in that MOU, that we have this agreement that does restrict the physical distancing, and so then it restricts the number of students that we could have in a classroom. We have been bringing back more students in person, but that is not what we're hearing from our families. They would like to, that number in the newspaper represents what we provide for all kids. And so all kids do not have that same. But I do want you to know that we are continuing conversations with BEA as recent as today, and that Allison Snow and I had a conversation just this afternoon, and we are both very committed to the fall return in person. We can both state that on the record, that we are very committed to that, and that we want to ensure a positive return for our students, staff, and families. Yeah, that's what I want to leave that open for you to ask me questions if you have about that.
I think one thing that might be helpful for people in the community who have asked for more clarity or transparency on what was the direction to the team, to the superintendent before the March MOU. It was to maximize the in-person instruction and to be no less than we were allowed to be under the rules to which we had essentially assured our community, meaning nothing less than we're allowed to have, certainly the max allowed under the proclamations. Following the MOU and our discovery that it was much less than the direction given, you saw a resolution that said, all right, then please build on what's there, because things changed also in parallel. There was wider availability of vaccinations, et cetera. And then you see that after the MOU. If you have any comments on that, please share. I don't know if other board members want to speak to that too. But that's been something that we haven't said, we've been asked, and rather than have a series of one-off conversations, I wanted to just say that and allow you to speak to that if you wanted.
Thank you, Director Serafan. Yes, the board has been clear about the expectation that we maximize students in person and that we continually increased students' access to in-person instruction. And as I said earlier, our MOU has some restrictions and we're limited in terms of the schedule. So what we have done in terms of the efforts that we've made have been for our students for whom we've had greatest concern. And we have been able to increase in-person learning time for hundreds of students by having them come back in person 5 days a week or in the afternoons. But it is not, I don't think, the same or the intent that the board was seeking, which was for all students to have that opportunity. If I'm understanding correctly, that's the question you're asking.
It's a point of clarification, because I think the problem is many of us are individually contacted by people, and then it feels more clear to set that out.
Right. It has been our downfall, I think, is that we have not perhaps clearly communicated why or what is the intent? And so we've left our community continually asking the question, when are you going to bring the kids back full time? Early in the year, I think we had hoped and expected that we would bring kids back more full time. I mean, that was the schedules that we were presenting and sharing with people earlier. And so at this point, they, I think, have continually wondered, when is that going to happen? And we have not been clear enough about that isn't going to happen, barring us having a different agreement or renegotiating. And we have not yet to date renegotiated the MOU that we have, which at the time when we negotiated that MOU, we were not anticipating us to be in this place that we're in now, which is enjoying the amount of vaccination and the CDC guidelines shifting and the Department of Health guidelines shifting. And so that is not to try to give an excuse, but I'm thinking that was probably our reality at that time. And we just have not, clearly we have not adequately communicated. If we had, we wouldn't be getting the number of questions that we continue to get. So that is a downfall on our part. I apologize for that.
So Director Watson, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just feel like I have to put a couple of things out there that the community's been wondering. And the one thing I completely understand teachers not wanting to come in unvaccinated. I didn't want that to have to happen. And I didn't want schools opening when the vulnerable elderly in the community had no access to vaccines. But we got the vaccine. And what I just don't understand is why the governor's proclamation didn't supersede the MOU, because it just seems to me that like restaurant owners, people like that had contracts with all their vendors and suppliers and things, and the governor's proclamations shut them down. So why didn't the governor's proclamation open us up? Isn't that a law that supersedes any contract in the state?
I think our plan, I'll say our plan that we've implemented fits the expectation of the governor in that we did have it approved by the state. So OSPI approved our plan and did say that it did meet the expectations. Whether we agree with that or not, that was the, I mean.
But the article, the Seattle Times article, the journalist says in there that they just decided not to enforce it.
That's not true.
Okay.
Yeah. That's not true. I mean,
we need
at least I can say from,
there.
I will speak for myself. There was no willful intent to just dismiss the governor's.
Well, not you, but the governor's office. I mean, I think was the implication.
I think she means enforcement by the governor.
I see.
Not a sense that you didn't care about the proclamation.
Okay, then I can't speak for the governor's office.
Right. But I'm just putting out there what people in the community are telling me so we can kind of clear the air a little.
Right.
I do think that the point that was, I think I know that I share with Carolyn, is we had said, I think going in, we want to ensure that any DOH guidance and the governor's proclamations are fully complied with. And I think that was a priority for us. And anyway.
And I also want to be clear that approval was not given until well after the MOU was signed, and concerns about whether or not it met both the letter and the spirit of the law were shared prior to it being signed and immediately after it being signed and prior to any of this approval. So I am still confused as to what to tell our community, because we've heard from, we're going to talk in a little while about our family engagement work and our student, and we've heard from so many different families about not only frustration with the schedule, but how untenable the current schedule is, especially for working families and single parents and any number of situations. And it is unclear why there wasn't a second follow-up to that, either right around the time that the governor's proclamation came out or right there following. And I'd like to get greater clarity, because I'm being told one thing in some forums and I'm being told something else in other forums. So my understanding was that there were discussions with the labor groups, and that there wasn't a conclusion that we could come back to the table about this in the spring. So I would like greater clarity about how that happened and where we're at, so that people understand what happened, where are we, and now how do we all come together and come back to school in a positive way in the fall. And my other question that I want to follow up to folks is, if there were to be a renegotiation, I think there's only 3 weeks of school remaining. So what would be the turnaround time on making any sort of changes that would be reflected from such a late stage change?
Right. I can answer the second one because that's easier for me to answer, so I'll start with that one. What would be the turnaround time? So depending on when we would meet and renegotiate, let's say we met tomorrow, we could start immediately. There's no reason. Now I'm talking about secondary schools, secondary students. So our secondary students, we could start immediately if the intent was for kids to come 5 days per week, for example, but not stay through lunch. If you were saying, and when could we provide them lunch and change the transportation schedule, that would take more time. But if you were saying, can we increase to 5 days per week, we could start that immediately because we already have transportation running and it doesn't require nutrition services.
But we did ask for that like weeks ago, just FYI. We said we'll take any, okay.
Yes, I'm aware, and you're correct. You did ask for that, and I don't have an excuse.
Okay, got it.
Thank you for walking us through some of this. I know these are difficult questions, and I know this is a difficult time for all of us in our community, and whether that be for students and families, or for staff, or for educators, or for board directors. I think it's challenging. I think that one of the lessons I've learned is that the more transparent and upfront we are, the easier it is for all of us to adjust and to work together. And one of the things that I heard feedback from families over this last week, so I'll ask just one final question on this topic, is that we had published a plan about returning to school. But as each MOU was rolled out, we didn't adhere to that plan. We deviated from it somewhat significantly each time, and that caused a lot of confusion. So helping our community understand why that happened, why did we follow the path we did, and how do we get there, would have made it so much easier for everybody to participate along the way and to adjust and to plan. So is there anything that we can offer our families to help them understand why we had this plan and then we didn't actually follow that plan?
What I'll say is there is plenty of confusion, feeling of confusion and frustration to go around, regardless of your role in the district. And I say that not to demean our district or any person in the district, because I am so proud of the Bellevue School District, and I still do believe in our district, and I still do believe in our teachers and all of the folks who are here serving kids. 100%. I still very much believe in the strength of our district, and the fact that we are shown to be providing these minimal hours, I think, does diminish that reputation of our district for sure. But there has been a lot of confusion and frustration, a lot of emotion, and a lot of trust lost on all parties, right, regardless. And I think a lot of that maybe could have been solved with more transparent communication. I'm not sure, because sometimes we're just navigating things that we're not sure about along the way, and so we think we're making a good decision in the moment and we're not, maybe, or maybe we are, and we think we know and we don't necessarily. So there was a lot of confusion, a lot of frustration. We thought we had a really solid plan way back in the summer. We thought we were coming back full time in the fall. We thought a lot of things. Those things didn't happen. And as those things didn't happen, we continually adjusted to the information we had at the time and in the moment, and inadvertently caused more confusion maybe for likely for our community, because we're here day to day having these conversations. They don't know that. And suddenly it looks like we've changed the schedule, or we've changed something that the last time they had heard it was going to be this, and now it's going to be that. And so I think in retrospect, there are many ways that we could have been more thoughtful about how we were developing some of these plans and how we were communicating it in a more timely and, as to use your word, transparent manner. I promise you we will do better. I promise you, like, we are working hard to have better communication, to always have a communication plan, to think about all the things we're not thinking of, to work more closely with the board so we can get feedback, to work more closely with our labor partners, to have those conversations, not waiting for meet and confer or a bargaining session, but to be having these conversations regularly, to be honest with each other. We want to do better. I don't know what else to say. We want to do better. And yeah, we didn't always adhere to the plan. You're right in that we thought we were doing better than by not adhering to the plan, because maybe we thought we were doing a better plan.
Acting Superintendent Collins, I just want to be clear. These questions are just for the sake of getting clarity and transparency.
I understand.
And there's no finger pointing, and there's no enmity right now. It's just clarity, and we I appreciate the work that you have done, that the district has done, that the educators have done. I also appreciate the deep flexibility of our families and students who have endured things that are beyond what is reasonable to ask students to endure at their age and in their stages of development, and many of which were beyond our control and some of which were within our control. Mm-hmm. So I greatly appreciate the questions, and I definitely agree and want to point out that we expected things to change. This whole situation is changing, right. But I think that we did have a plan that was based on changes and that was based on those guidelines, and that was the plan that I think was surprising to people, that they thought that that was going to mark things for them, and it didn't. And I don't think that the circumstances ever took us out of the what I was trying to ask. And again, these are for questions for clarity and for helping everyone understand, because the article in the Times was concerning, but really the community forums and just listening to the experiences and getting like some of the, like in follow up to one of them, somebody just took the time to write us like pages and pages. Here's the experiences of my 3 students. Here's exactly what happened for each of them during this time period. And it's really illustrative of why, you know, we're all so passionate about it. So thank you for taking some time to walk us.
Yeah, I wanted to say one thing too, that in terms of sort of what should give people a level of hope, I really think we have the ingredients. We still have all the ingredients that make for a great school district. I believe we have really the best and the most devoted teachers and staff, and that's not changed. I think we have a lot to do for communication, but I will say what's around the corner is something you've been working on, which is a new, completely different communications department, headed by a forthcoming executive level communications specialist. And I think that's going to make, I hope, a transformational difference in how we communicate better with our community, like the timing of things. How do we speak to teachers? How do we speak to staff? In timing, in tone, in everything. And I think that will really, that's an opportunity for us to do better. And we could see that. So I think all of those things are great, and we will learn and move forward. So thank you. I echo what Carolyn and Christine shared.
And as usual, I feel bad for being mean. I just want to clear the air, you know, because people are asking. So thank you.
People are asking hard questions, as they should. This is the kids.
Well, they are, okay. And really, it's important to restore their confidence, because one of the questions that many people are coming to us and asking is, should we keep our kid in the district? Right. And we want them to know, as Director Sarafan just said, we have the best educators in this district. Like, they are here to serve your kids, and if you leave, you will lose those educators, you will lose some top-notch programs, and we will be bringing all those things back. But it's also important to them to understand, well, if we have all these great things, how did we get here? And why are we here? So hence some of the questions. So thank you so much for walking through them. And I am looking deeply forward to fall. I suspect we're gonna have a very exciting opening. Thank you.
I do want to say one more thing now that I sort of painted that picture that I want to take personal responsibility. I've been in a leadership role in this district for many, many years, and I've been here all year, and I've been working on these things all year. So the things that I'm talking about that weren't working, those are my responsibility. They're not any, I can say we will do better, I will do better. Those are my responsibility. I need to be held accountable for the decisions that have been made, or the things that we've done that haven't worked, or the miscommunications. I will take responsibility for those. I'm in a leadership role. I have a voice. I have power in this role and in my deputy superintendent role. And I'm not laying that on anybody else, that not on Dr. Duran or not on anyone else on the leadership team, not on the BEA leadership. I'm laying it on myself. And I'm saying that because I don't want you to think I'm saying, oh, it was not good before and now it's going to be better, because I'm saying it was not good before under my watch, and I will try harder.
Well, so thank you for that.
I really appreciate that statement, Acting Superintendent Collins. I'd like to just say that it's not all on your shoulders. We're all in this together. And as a board director, I too have spent a lot of time trying to figure out how I can be more effective and how I can be more supportive and how I can help us go in the right direction. And I think you'll see from the board similar things happening with our professional development, which we take very seriously. Even though this is a volunteer position, we still, all of us, take the work seriously, and we'll be also continuing to engage in development of our own work, both as individuals and as a functioning unit with you as well. So thank you for that acknowledgement. I just want to make a similar acknowledgement. So thank you.
Thank you. So we have seen changes already. There are certainly the changes that Director Chu just said that we've been doing as a board. We're seeing changes that are happening at the district. And then so we understand that, it's been 2 months since we passed the resolution. It sounds like the district is ready, willing, and able to bring students back. At that time, we had almost a quarter of the year left. Now we only have a couple of weeks left, so a little less than 10%, and yet that is still a significant amount of time. So it sounds like students could come back. We just have one hurdle in terms of the negotiations, and although we've negotiated a half a dozen MOUs in the last year or so, we would need one more to be able to make those changes. So we're just waiting for that piece, and then kids could be back. Is that correct?
Yes, that would be the piece.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Do you have any more for the other items?
I think I do, but I think I'll quickly share about summer school, just a quick update that we do have currently. Registration for elementary is at 120 students registered for the elementary program, and 27 high schoolers and 83 middle schoolers have registered so far. I also have other information, but I'll leave it at that. And then I also wanted to share that we are reinstituting a summer institute for our educators. We've done this years past very successfully. We haven't done it for a number of years really in this kind of way, and we're doing it in this upcoming August, where we'll be offering professional development for our teachers. And I can send you more information in the Friday update about that, and that'll be in August. And then just to reiterate that our plan is for 100% in person this fall, and that we will be starting negotiations with BEA the week of, I want to say, June 14th. Yes, so that we can get that completed. Our goal is to have that completed by the end of June, if not sooner.
So with that, just to clarify, since you only mentioned one of our labor partners, so that means all of our are all set to go. So we just have one remaining that would be for the in-person. Everything else is set.
Jeff Thomas, Assistant Superintendent, Human Resources. That is correct.
Thank you.
Sorry, can I ask, is that for fall?
That part is for fall.
checking.
So the first question I think that Dr. Wiest was asking was for spring, and then the second was for fall.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else, directors?
Is it likely that you'll be having a conversation then about spring? Is that going to happen, or do you know?
That may happen.
Okay, and is that directed solely, you mentioned something about secondary students. Will that include elementary students in the conversation as well?
The elementary students would take some significant logistical pieces that aren't just likely not timely for, so I was referencing secondary students, grades 6 through 12.
Thank you.
All right, so with that, we are moving on to agenda item 4. We are slightly behind on time. I'm going to give the full amount of time for the ASB presentations, and then we'll see if we can make up time later on in the meeting. So I'm not sure, Ms. Collins, who's to turn the baton over for this portion. I see our students coming on the screen. Do we have a staff member sort of moderating this portion?
It'd be Mr.
Deputy
Lowell.
Superintendent Melissa DeVita.
No, it'd be Mr. Lowell.
Oh, Jeff Lowell.
Good afternoon. District Athletics and Activities Director Jeff Lowell. We have two groups of students and staff here to present ASB budgets. We'll have the middle school presentation first, and this year's middle school presentation will be by Big Picture, and Big Picture is here in person. So we have Assistant Principal Matt Stokes, and I'm going to let Mr. Stokes end up introducing his contingent who is here with him today.
Thank you, Jeff. Honored to be here today. Our students have worked hard to share the incredible events they put on this year. Sam and Noya, are you ready? Excellent. Is this microphone up front okay for them to use? Excellent. All right, Sam and Noya, the floor is yours.
You're live, you're good.
Okay. Hi, I'm Noya Nathan, and I'm in 8th grade, and I'm ASB's Vice President, and I've been in ASB for the past 3 years.
Hi, I'm Tim Fulmer. I'm a current senior. I'm the current ASB President as well, and I'm also an incoming student at Cornell. So, next slide, please. Oh, sorry. We have a slide deck. Is it possible to set that up? Okay. Yeah, you can go ahead. So, because of BP's small student population, we've always had a focus on equity and reaching every student. And we especially focused this year on equity because of the online platform. And we believe we delivered on that. We hosted all our events exclusively online so that we could involve both online and hybrid students. And we also went as far as to deliver materials for certain events to students. Next slide, please. So because everybody's been struggling a little bit with the online platform, but thankfully this has made us all very strong with it. And we're now proficient and adept with a lot of tools that hopefully we can continue to employ in the future, such as Microsoft Forms. And these variety of tools have really increased our efficiency. And so hopefully we can use them in the future to continue to engage students. And next, as I mentioned previously, equity. Equity has really become a crucial aspect of our event planning, and hopefully it continues to be a core of our event planning in the future, because again, we're a very small school, so we believe that's really important to consider equity. And lastly, the past year has proven really challenging for everybody, and there's a lot of unanticipated hurdles that we've all come over. And so generally needing to do stuff on the fly and adapt to small things when needed has made our ASB a lot more resilient. Next slide, please. So comparing our budget from last year to this year, we generally have similar expenses. We spent a little bit more though. Last year, our large expense event was the Winter Northern Lights Dance. And We had 40% student attendance. And this year, our primary events that we're going to showcase a little bit later were the Gingerbread Throwdown and movie night. These events were both, we believe, to be very cost effective, and we were able to get really good participation in comparison to last year, at 30 and 36% respectively. So overall, we spent a little bit more money on events, but we believe that we got a lot of bang for our buck, and we were able to use creative events to engage our students virtually. Next slide, please. So previewing next year's budget, I'm not going to go too in detail with this, but the primary sources of financial activity are the yearbook, prom, and the 8th grade DC trip, which is cited under the class of 2026. And BP clubs traditionally haven't really been spending a lot of money. So they have area in the budget to do so. And hopefully next year we're going to encourage them to spend a little bit more, because there's also some communication stuff we can work on allowing the clubs to know that they have money that they can use to be more effective and to plan events that can help bolster the impact of the club. Next slide, please. So looking at clubs, BP is both a middle school and a high school, and we have 16 clubs spanning across the middle school and the high school. BP is a pretty small school, but in my personal experiences, the clubs have always been at the heart of the school. There's a lot of club activity. To have small groups of people that you can get to know your club mates and get engaged. And we had longtime clubs like SOAR continuing and planning their events this year. We did a racial equity day online, which went very well and was extremely informative. And we also have newer clubs based on an online format, like Among Us Club, which is a game that's grown popular. So we had some students propose a club, and hopefully these clubs that were established online will be able to continue to succeed when we move back to in person. Next slide, please. Okay, so touching our elections, we did elections in fall of this year, and we formatted elections by students submitting Word applications detailing their goals. And we also ended up doing Flipgrid video. Flipgrid is an online sharing platform where students submitted a short video introducing themselves and detailing their goals for the year. And then we screen these Flipgrids in advisory, and students had the ability to vote on Microsoft Forms for students in positions. Overall, this process was extremely efficient. We didn't really have to deal with a lot of the logistics that come in running campaigns in person. So this is potentially something to adopt in the future. And BP is we have a lot more middle school students participating in ASB than high school students this year, which hasn't affected our productivity at all. But it's nice to kind of have more of a balance so we can more easily plan high school events and create engagement. So this is something that we're also hoping to repair a little bit more in the future. But ultimately, we have 12 students across all grade levels. Next slide, please.
So this is a list of all the events that we have put together this year. ASB's main goal was to create equitable events that still boost community and engagement throughout the school year, even during this remote environment. So even though we were learning from home most of the year, we were able to put together at least one event or spirit week for each month that we were in school. Next slide, please. One of our most successful events was the DIY Gingerbread Throwdown. And through ASB event funds, we purchased and distributed over 50 gingerbread kits for students who requested them to make sure that they were able to participate. Students built their gingerbread houses during a live meeting, and there was instructions on how to build through other ASB members. And at the end, students were encouraged to turn on their cameras to show their creations. Then students were able to post a photo of the gingerbread creation and submit it for students to vote for their favorite of 6 different categories, and these categories differed from most likely to be created by a mathematician to snowiest home and stuff like that. And this was a successful event and cost $500, and we had over 100 responses of participation. Next slide, please. This was also very successful, especially for Big Picture's first Gingerbread Throwdown, and it was even featured on the Bellevue School District's Facebook page, as some of you guys might have seen. Next slide, please. Our second very successful event was a movie night, and there was a separate one, and it was 3 teams for middle school and high school. So we encouraged student interaction by before the movie to play a movie trivia quiz, which was through Kahoot. And during the movie, we asked to pull movie questions about the movie itself. to make sure students were engaged. We also made snack bags to provide to students who picked them up at the school ahead of time, and we followed board policy in order to get movie licenses legally streamed through Swing. Next slide, please.
So in conclusion, like almost every school, we had a lot of, we were impacted negatively from the online move with engaging and having students participate in ASB events. Still though, we made efforts to engage students and have them also be motivated and have morale. We did a mental health week, which got a lot of engagement and really helped out the students. And it was actually called Sandy Week, but was effectively a mental health week. And we also, primary lessons that we're taking away is the importance of equity. Again, like I introduced at the beginning, BP has always been very equity focused, but this year has taught us that even more so. We've had to be a lot more creative and constantly address it with every single activity that we're planning. And so now it's kind of in our activity planning system, so hopefully that continues to be executed. And to briefly overview our events, again, highlighting the gingerbread and movie night events. Hopefully these events will also be continued and repeated next year when we're in person, because they got a lot of a very strong response online. And I'm confident that ASB next year will continue to improve them. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. Questions, directors? Just a comment that I think your work is great.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Director Chu.
Thank you so much for the for this presentation. I really appreciate the thought that you put into it. I also appreciate the thought that you put into the work you did. One of the things I wanted to ask you about is, I noticed that on the club meeting schedule that you gave us, that several of them are taking place during 8th period, I think on Tuesdays. And I wanted to know if you could tell us a little bit more about like how you guys used that period, and did that do anything to help with connectedness and morale, or how did that fit in, and did it make it harder for anybody to participate, or was like, how did that period work out and what did you guys do with it?
It's generally served really well for also scheduling ASB events. It's always something that we kind of keep in mind. And I can't fully speak to how clubs use that independently. But I think definitely the current schedule supplies good time for each club to function. And they all have their independent attention and time, so yeah.
I agree. As someone, I've been in multiple clubs, and Big Picture has made sure to spread the clubs apart so you can like participate in multiple clubs during the school year.
Director Watson.
Yeah, just a personal comment. I just wanted to, what struck me is that that college that you're heading to is very oriented to clubs. And I just feel like your experience here has prepared you for leadership there. So good going.
Yeah, definitely.
Anything else? All right, well, thank you very much. It's just great to see the creativity of our students and how you're able to engage and keep your community and connectedness. So thank you for the work that you did. All right, should we just go right over to Interlake? Is that all right?
Director of
Priyanka?
Athletics and Activities, Jeff Lowell again. And for our high school, we have Interlake High School with us today. Activity Coordinator Danielle Martin and Athletic Director Patrick Malone, I believe, are here to support the students, but it looks like they've jumped right on the call and are ready to introduce themselves to you. And I know we're in good hands with this group.
All right, go ahead.
Hello everyone. Thank you so much for inviting us to speak here today. We are so excited to tell you more about Interlake ASB and how this past academic year has been for us. And we're just going to do a brief introduction of all the members before we begin. And my name is Jessica Na, and I'm a senior at Interlake.
My name's Annika. I'm a junior at Interlake.
My name is Harvin Park. I'm a senior at Interlake.
My name is Sam Ballman, and I am a junior at Interlake.
Priyanka, you're still muted.
I don't think she's muted. She's just, there's no sound for Priyanka.
All right, why don't we keep.
Yeah, I can jump in here as the last ASB member. My name is Shlok Dutta, and I am a senior at Interlake.
And just to make sure that we give everyone a chance to participate, Priyanka, you might want to just look at your configurations and see about your mic and make sure you've got the right mic.
Okay, yeah. Could we move on to the next slide? If possible.
Yeah, unfortunately, Priyal couldn't be with us today, but she's also a member. And we also just want to stress that we don't have positions here in our ASB, so we're all just titled ASB officers. And now we're going to move on to the next slide with Shlok talking more about the school-wide statistics.
Yeah, definitely. So just to get an idea of kind of what the Interlake student body looks like. So we have about 1,500 kids. About half of those students we found held an ASB card. And, a little over a third we found students participated in clubs, and just above that was the amount of students participating in sports. We were not able to find a figure for this year for how many students qualified for free or reduced lunch, but we were able to get a number from last school year, which is about 1 in every 5 students. If we could move on to the next slide.
Yeah, so now we're going to talk about kind of the process for creating the budget. So first of all, we looked at the past budgets and used those as a guideline for kind of creating this year's budget. And then at our weekly ASB meetings, which are held every Wednesday, we talk about what to do with our money and how we kind of want to distribute that and how to best support our clubs and athletics here at Interlake. And we also discuss things that we want to change or make improvements on based on our discussion and examinations of past budgets. And one of the biggest things that we saw this year was the transportation budget, which Harvin will cover in the next slide.
So one of the things we noted was that there was a really, really massive expenditure for transportation. We saw in 2018 to 2019 that the expenditures were around 90,000, and 2019 to 2020 they were around 82,000. Although there's a revenue attached, keep in mind that most of the revenue is coming from the athletics groups, which we are using ASB money for in the first place. So the raw expenditures are around $82,000. This is a pretty big priority for us because it's actually a really, really important or large amount of the expenditures we make. Just to give some context, we sell around 1,100 ASB cards in a regular year, and 2019 to 2020, which was only 2/3 of a regular year, our expenditures were 82,000, and we made $84,000 from ASB cards. So we think it's kind of problematic to have most of the revenue we're making from ASB cards actually only going to transportation, and it leaves out a lot of opportunities for us. For example, developing our club ecosystem, or making our school events more affordable, or having more of them, or higher quality. We think there's a lot of missed opportunity, and we think this is a big issue that might be better to address in the future. And next up, we have Annika covering the next slide.
Yeah, so moving on to steps for funding. So one of our biggest goals this year was making sure that all of the groups and organizations at Interlake could fund whatever events they wanted to do. So there's 4 steps to this process. First, these groups identify a need and they themselves develop a proposal about how to address that. And then these clubs or athletic groups fill out forms, whether that be activity, fundraiser, or purchase order, and they send it to our accountant. Once she approves it, she sends it to ASB, which we review in our weekly meeting on Wednesdays. And then we consider numerous factors before we approve that, including feasibility, scheduling, CARs, so is it cultural, athletic, recreational, or social, and the impact on our school, and does it have a positive impact on our school culture, which Jesse will talk more about in the next slide.
Yeah, so at Interlake, we mirror the BSD's mission to serve each and every student academically, socially, and emotionally through a rigorous and relevant education that is innovative and individualized. To do this, ASB strives to make clubs, sports, fundraising, and volunteering opportunities as accessible and equitable as possible, as well as establish a strong bond between student leaders and the general population. So to reach this goal of making opportunities equitable and accessible, we're attempting to use as many platforms as possible to reach all students. And some of these platforms include our school-wide email, school-wide teams that we recently created this year, our social media platforms, like our Instagram account, and also reaching out to different teachers and staff members to kind of promote the events we do and make sure that the events and opportunities are reached to all of our students here at Interlake. And this year has also provided with us the drive to collaborate with the other 4 comprehensive high schools. or the other three, to see what challenges and successes that they had this academic year, especially since there were many changes that we all had to adapt to this year. And we'll start off with Newport High School's quotes.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, so just to jump right into it, the biggest feedback that we got from Newport was that they had significant decreases in both their revenue and their expenditures. The expenditures can be attributed to the transportation costs, which make up the majority of those costs. In terms of revenue, that was mostly lost in terms of like tickets, fundraisers, etc. That ended up not happening because of COVID. They did mention that they have some concerns about next year with their revenue still remaining low, while their transportation budget is likely to increase back to normal. So those are the biggest concerns from Newport. So moving on to Bellevue High School.
Bellevue High School had a lot of specific problems that they identified when we talked to them, and the big problem that they stated was the problem with not having the ability to foster school community and school spirit to the office setting. So they really tried to focus on that here. The main way they did that was online spirit events, and also in the limited time that they had in person school, whether that be in the morning before school or otherwise. Focus on next year is increasing the prioritization of mental, and that became clear really in their message that they gave us.
All right, next, Sammamish High School. Their biggest takeaway from this year was that sports and the transportation budgets were cut drastically, considering they just didn't happen initially. And they didn't have any school dances, so the budgets for those were, there's sort of a disconnect there. And then the prom budgets also, they took a hit, and they didn't happen until sort of the end of the year.
All right, so now to discuss some of what our goals were for this year and to kind of evaluate how we did for these goals. I think to cover the first goal that we had was obviously to transition as many of our school organizations online as possible. This looks like things like clubs and other infrastructures that normally exist at school. We made a lot of different movements for this. First on clubs, we think we had a couple of successes, seeing that we still had a really strong club attendance of having 40 clubs charter newly or recharter from the previous year, which we think is really strong. Some of the downsides were, however, that we were a little slow on setting up the infrastructure around how to access these clubs, given that they weren't in rooms like they normally were, and they couldn't be advertised like they normally were, and were instead on Teams. We think there was a higher barrier to actually accessing these clubs and finding where they were, and we were pretty slow on setting up that infrastructure, and that's something we think we could have done better. Additionally, we also set up a school-wide Teams to try and act as a separate social space, perhaps a replacement for the cafeteria. And we think that was a pretty good win, given that we were able to have a lot of announcements for things like yearbook, and that the social space on that Teams is pretty frequently used.
Next, we also emphasized establishing maintain traditions. I don't know if my audio is any better now, but I joined on my phone. Sorry for the inconvenience. So one of the traditions that we chose to establish this year is Interlake Spotlights, where we highlight staff and clubs on our school teams, our events, and our ASB Instagram, and that was something we saw a lot of. Weekly, we had tens of numbers coming. It was a really good way to build community and make sure that people really appreciate different people in the Interlake. It wasn't a tradition that we established this year. We also did establish sports spotlights, which I'll talk about in a little bit, and also made sure to continue Spirit Week, because that's something that we did in past years, and we want to make sure we continue to do that online. And we hosted those Spirit Weeks on our Instagram and school teams, again, reoccurring theme. Something we're really looking forward to is our staff basketball games. It's been a tradition at school and one of every single student's favorite things to watch. And our student staff basketball weeks. So that's really exciting that we get to do that this year, because it's something that we kind of thought that we were out on, but it turns out we can actually host it. So with that, I'll pass it to talk about our inter-school events and activities.
Yeah, one of the benefits of an online transition is that inter-school events just become more accessible to everyone, considering we've got a lot of students in the district. And so something we did this year was a Veterans Day assembly. It was the four high schools that are Newport, Bellevue, Sammamish, and us. We decided to create a Veterans Day assembly, one single Veterans Day assembly for the entire district, and it was a lot more fluid, and just the time we spent on it was much more efficient, and that worked really well, and it was nice to see. And then additionally, Sammamish, we teamed up with them for a Spirit Week, a Crossroads Cup Spirit Week this year, and the way we did that was we just we met up, and then we considered what each day to look like, and we worked together there, and then incorporated that. We spread the word through the teachers, and each classroom got the opportunity for their students to participate in the Spirit Week. And we saw a lot of participation, and it was wonderful. Now, Shlok with student engagement through social media.
Yeah, so coming into the school year, because of COVID, something we realized pretty early on in the process is that students were not checking their emails, which had always kind of primarily been the way that ASB, that our administration in general, communicated to the student body. So that was something that we felt we needed to adapt to. And so the way we did that was largely through two ways, one of which Harvin has kind of spoken on, kind of what Priyanka has spoken on. So the first was our Instagram. We have an Instagram account. I think it has close to 2,000 followers. That's students from past years as well. But we feel like there's a pretty solid amount of the student body on there. And like Priyanka mentioned, we started something called Student Spotlights, kind of a weekly thing. Another thing was athletic updates, kind of giving a weekly insight on what's kind of happening in terms of athletics. In general, just kind of promoting any events, any possible fundraisers, any type of, food drives, etc., are all promoted there. And we felt that it was a really, really effective way to kind of meet the students in the middle and, reach out to them in a medium that was most accessible for them. Having said that, we are also aware that there are a lot of students that may not have Instagram. So Harvin mentioned something called the school-wide teams, which is exactly what it sounds like. Which is, a teams we created, and, we put out all the same information we're putting on our Instagram. We also put on that teams, and we also were able to find that there was a lot of engagement there, which is something that we were really satisfied about. And so, yeah, so I would say that we were pretty effective in achieving that goal. And so at this point, I think that's about our presentation, and we would like to open this up to the board for any other questions that you may have for us.
Thank you. Directors, any questions? Yes, Director Malif.
Mostly just a comment. I really want to commend you, especially on this last piece, for recognizing the difficulty you were having with engaging with your students and adapting so quickly. It's really admirable. There's not a lot of companies run by any organization run by adults that manages to do that in an effective way. So that's really very impressive.
Okay, anyone else? Director Chu.
Yeah, this is really rich set of information. Again, appreciate that. One of the questions that I have is about the busing. So my understanding is that sometime over a decade ago, when there was some major budget shortfalls in the state, we implemented a program here. We made a bunch of cuts to the district budget because we couldn't afford all the programming. And we decided that, it was before my time, they decided that and families came together and all decided the best thing to do would be to slash some of the athletic budget and put it into the kids who were going to play athletics would then have to pay us an extra fee that would go into ASB or something that would take care of buses. And so I'm trying to understand, right now, what you said about buses, are those all for athletics? Are they for athletics and clubs? And is our kids subsidizing one of those groups with the ASB fees, or the kids who take the buses paying for the buses? And like, that seemed like a pretty big factor. So I just want to dig in a little bit more and understand it, if you can help me.
Sure. So around the busing situation, we'd say that, so I had heard about the details, and I'm not sure like if I would be the exact person to know the best about these details, but I'll talk about what my understanding of the situation is. My understanding is that we do charge the athletics clubs fees for transportation. This is not student by student, it's just the entire organization. But the funny part of it is that we're giving money to the athletics organizations, and then they're using their money for transportation. So it's pretty much us paying for transportation, like just we're adding a middleman in between. What my main like gripe with how this expenditure was working was the fact that it was such a big expenditure. And as somebody who was part of the debate club, and debate club also uses transportation, sometimes we're using super luxury buses instead of school buses. And I was always unsure like how exactly we were paying for them. And now I have a better picture that, oh, ASB is shouldering a lot of these costs, paying for some of these luxury buses when it's unnecessary, and ends up being a cost that's like equivalent to all of the revenue we earn like from ASB cards almost. And I just thought that was pretty incredulous, and I wanted to give that issue a platform in this speech.
So if you
Director Chu, so we have more information on that, and so I think it's something that crosses all schools. So perhaps we can focus our questions for Interlake, and then either today or we can schedule another time on the agenda to deal with this, because there's a lot more information with regards to athletics and activities as well as transportation. So I think it's important that issues that's raised, but why don't we focus on the rest of the Interlake presentation?
So my follow-up to you was going to be, what would you spend more money on if you had it? What are the most pressing things that could use that funding?
Sure. So ASB has a lot of different initiatives or ideas that we have cooking, and kind of a prerequisite for a lot of those ideas is that we need to spend a lot of our own time fundraising, which of course we are planning to do, and we have multiple ideas for doing. But just the concept of not having those resources is kind of problematic. But just to talk about what ideas we had ideas like implementing more school merch, something that Interlake is kind of sorely lacking, and some of the school merch is a little overly expensive, as well as I think our homecoming could use a little more quality. I think it's not exactly the most fancy homecoming that it could be. Additionally, we also have ideas like giving club grants. We have a lot of clubs, the most clubs out of all the high schools in our district. And we have many, many new clubs every single year that have startup costs, and we're looking for a way to give grants. We also have ideas of field day. We have so many ideas, but just a prerequisite for this is money, 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 which is why I wanted to bring up the issue.
Thank you.
Anything else? Director Serafin?
I just wanted to say hello to you. I know a few of you, but I guess a common theme that struck me that I just wanted to compliment you on is I think you're all trying to create a level of inclusion that is really valuable, and it's valued especially for kids who don't naturally feel like there's a place for them. So good work. I think that really shines through, and thank you for taking things that you had and like teams and then amplifying and finding ways to work with that. So I think we'll all think of more ways we can support you, but I just wanted to call that out. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll also just echo the thanks and just a compliment to a really balanced presentation. You were able to highlight an important issue for all of the schools, draw in information from each of your other comprehensive high schools in the district. So we appreciate you taking time in your presentation to do that, and also admit where things didn't go as smoothly as you would have liked, but then saying, hey, those are lessons learned in the future. So that's really an important and admirable skill to be able to point that out. And then also thank you for really working on the inter-school events. So taking advantage of the platform and what you did have and trying to make that into something, again, that connects our whole community. So thank you very much to all of you. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, well, that now moves us into item 5, public comment.
Before we jump to public comment, just on the follow-up item. So will there be a follow-up then on will that be part of the budgeting stuff or whatever on, because it is sort of specific to all schools, but
so
there's also some nuances of it. Like each school has a different fee that's collected for ASB, and there are a lot of nuances. And so I'm wondering, when will we get follow-up on that?
So Dr. Lowell, what would work for you? Would you like to give us a slight overview of the $30 transportation fee and all of that now? Is that something you can do in a couple minutes, or should we schedule time?
I can provide some additional context.
So
What Director Chu brought up is actually back in 2007, during a budget shortfall, the creation of the pay-to-play fee. The pay-to-play fee is not a transportation fee. It is actually exactly what it said, is a pay-to-play fee. That money goes into the general fund and was designed to offset cost of coaches. And that's still what the money is used for. The pay-to-play fee does that. So each school ends up applying its own transportation fee. What we've tried to do over the last couple of years is actually bring that more into line. That fee is not just athletics. It is actually a band fee. It is a fee that's assigned to different club members if they're going to be using transportation. And then the district for years has actually provided each one of those schools ASBs a $15,000 contribution to the ASB to help offset the cost of transportation. All of us are well aware that transportation continues to go up. And one of the things that we have found to be challenging in the last 3 years for sure is the number of buses that need to be requested between the hours of 3 and 5. And if a bus and transportation has actually made it very clear to athletic directors and to myself and anybody else that if a bus is being requested during a window of time, it's likely going to be a charter bus. And that information is, according to what I've been told, passed along to advisors and others as well, so that when buses are actually requested, they say, look, you requested 4 o'clock in the afternoon when we're out driving kids, trying to get them home from school. We're likely going to have to get a charter bus for you, and you're going to have to come up with the extra cost for that. So we've tried to get people to request buses outside of those windows so they could ask for a yellow bus when necessary. The costs that were actually quoted in Interlake's presentation are not inaccurate. Costs are high. There is a lot of athletic costs, but like Harvin said, debate. And a variety of other clubs, band, orchestra, choir, a lot of other organizations are actually requesting the use of transportation as well, and adds to that cost. So after the money that's collected from the transportation fee, the district contribution of $15,000, on top of that, then the ASB has to come up with the rest of the money to end up offsetting that. What has actually happened at each one of the schools over the last 3 or 4 years, really since I've taken over this position, is that there has been a conversion of discretionary hours from the athletic department. So each one of the athletic directors have a certain number of hours that they can convert and use for operational costs. And those funds are actually used to offset the cost of transportation at each one of the schools, and has been. It continues to be a challenge. It's done. The challenge is met through a variety of different sources, ASB being one of them, the discretionary fund being another one, the transportation fee being a third. But as Harvin said, and he's very accurate in what he stated, that overall every one of these ASBs could benefit if we could find a solution that could end up being applied at all 4 of the comprehensive high schools. Because it is a major portion of the ASB budget at every one of the schools. So hopefully that helps.
Any further questions or comments?
Yeah, the comment that comes to mind is only, as a person who's paid a bunch of ASB fees over the years, it just seems like we should put some attention to this, because I think there's also a financial burden on, some families, whether that burden better than others. I think Melissa wants to say something.
Yeah, I do in terms of, so the other thing that is happening though, just so you're aware, is House Bill 1660. And there was a whole big comment in your most recent board letter. I don't know if you've all had an opportunity to look at that, but House Bill 1660 basically requires the district to pay a significant portion of ASB fees and other things for students. And that is going to impact the district by, I would say, around $250,000 to $300,000 next year in terms of money for athletics, activities, extracurriculars at all of our different schools. Jeff, do you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, so HB 1660 is dealing really with fee waivers. It takes the law that was a reduction or waiver for any fee that's applied to an extracurricular activity and took out the ability to reduce that fee, and now it's straight waiver. So what a team of us have done through the year is actually identified, we've done a great deal of work identifying those fees that need to be waived now, and done some projections based on what we've seen over the last 3 fiscal years, and taking a look at what the impact is going to be. What we believe is that it's going to increase participation in some areas because the fee is going to be waived, and we have to make sure that people really know this if they qualify for the free and reduced lunch program or the Washington Scholars Program, the College Bound Scholars program, that those students actually get their fees waived. So that's another thing that we need to be looking at. We are looking at that. We're figuring out how to apply that and end up making sure that schools are not going to be negatively impacted. Where that work is moving right now, a team of us is still looking at how we can work with Melissa in the finance office and make sure that we can end up getting that taken care of before next school year. So that's another one. And then Director Watson, you had a question I was going to answer, and now it's gone right out of my head. So
it wasn't. I don't know if it was a question. It was a comment about the, the way sometimes the fees can have a big impact on the family budgets.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So that's HB 1660. Okay.
Yeah.
I have a question that I'm not sure can necessarily be answered right now since you probably weren't prepared for it. But with regard to the charter buses versus yellow buses,
yes,
is that a factor of number of buses, or is it number of bus drivers? And what is Melissa's shaking her head? So
it's because our first priority is taking students to and from school, and so we don't have extra buses just sitting waiting for field trips, athletic trips, those types of things. So there is a certain period of time during the day, like for example, if your child is going on a field trip that's a full day field trip, they need to leave after we're done transporting students to and from school. They can't leave at a time where we still have that primary responsibility. Same thing is true in the afternoons, that our first responsibility is to transport students to and from school, and then we can do athletic trips and other things. So that's what the true issue is that we have to take care of our first responsibility first.
Numbers. It's sheer numbers. I mean, you're thinking about a Tuesday or a Thursday in the fall, and how many teams might be leaving to go to a game at the same time, and you're talking now 15 to 20 buses that are all requested at the exact same time that we're trying to get kids home from school. It's a numbers game.
So I still have some questions, but I don't think this is a great forum for them because we weren't prepared for this for tonight. I was just directed at the ASB. Since I am the athletics activities rep from the board, and I have a call with Jeff next week, we could bring some information, like I could ask questions and stuff, and then all that information could get shared back to the board, either through the Friday letter or through the next board meeting or something. And so if you have additional questions that you'd want answered, maybe just send those to Jeff ahead of time, and we can make sure that everything gets filtered.
Happy to do it in a couple of ways, and after we have our conversation, I'm happy to put together a written summary and end up making sure all of you get it.
Thank you so much.
All right, so that sounds like a plan. And then if we need more, then after we receive that, then any director can request, and we'll add time to the agenda in a future meeting.
Okay. Just seems like a big puzzle to unwind, so I'd like to, see how it goes.
Okay, so thank you. So now we'll move to public comment, which puts it at about the right time in the meeting. We're going to try to be closer to our alternating times for public comment. Although public comment is not required by the Open Public Meetings Act, the board recognizes the value of public comment on educational issues and the importance of involving members of the public in its meetings. Public comments should be addressed to the board. Public comments are not intended to be a forum for public discourse, but rather an opportunity to provide information relevant to the board's work. Board directors read all comments received to board@bsd405.org. Note that portions of policy 1400 have been suspended until revisions are available because with COVID protocols, we are adjusting the time and timing for public comments. And the section on types of comments is out of date. While we request that comments are kept civil without harassing or derogatory remarks, please be aware for those listening that people may say things that are unpleasant. There will be a visual cue when we move on to the next agenda item if you prefer not to listen to this section of the meeting. The board generally does not respond to comments directly during meetings as this could result in a violation of the Open Public Meetings Act. Commenters will have 2 minutes. All right, so the list of speakers is presented there. So is Dawn Abbott here? No. Lauren Flood? No. Allison Snow? All right, you have 2 minutes. I'll give you a tap at 10-second warning.
All right. Hello, everybody. Allison Snow here. I sent some comments to all BEA members today, shared it with each of you, shared it also with a number of our partners in the community. And so I will encourage people to read that letter rather than make me listen to, rather than make you listen to me read it now. And I just want to say, you know, my intent with that letter is to acknowledge and own collective responsibility in what's brought us to where we are and collective ownership in creating the world we want to move towards. I see a lot of opportunity within Bellevue. I also see a lot of challenge. And I believe that each of us as individuals who have dedicated our lives to public education are here to make the best reality possible for our students. And I hope that we'll be able to move forward in doing that. I have huge respect for the folks that I work with here in Bellevue, and I'm incredibly grateful for how much time and energy has been dedicated to making this crazy year the best it can be. And I'm very hopeful that we'll continue to move forward in a positive way. And I do invite open communication, open dialogue, open discussion throughout our community on that. With that, I'll encourage you please to read the full comments. They'll be shared on our BEA website, also on social media, and that this can be an opening for us to have real conversation about the Bellevue we want to be as individuals and as a district. Thank you.
And then we received a number of comments that were written. We will not be reading them out loud as board directors are able to read them, consume them, and use them as part of our deliberative process and oversight role in the district. So our volunteer board of directors very much appreciates the time and effort put into public comments and correspondence to us. And for those who are not able to be heard in session today, submissions in writing are welcome. So that concludes our public comment section. We'll go on to item 6, budget update. I believe that's Deputy Superintendent DeVita.
Good evening, Deputy Superintendent DeVita here. Just wanted to give you kind of an overview of the budget for the 21-22 school year and the work that we have been doing on it. This is an update for you. In July, we will be doing a budget presentation at your July meeting, and then again in August we will present the budget and ask you to vote on it at that time. We have been actively working on the budget since the January timeframe, and what we normally do is we'll look at it from two different directions. The first is we'll do kind of a top-down analysis, taking into consideration all the changes that we're anticipating in the forthcoming year, and to see if we're even in the ballpark for balancing our budget. And then we build it bottom up to make sure that we have the information necessary to really manage spending against our budget. And so that's what we did this time around. And just as a precursor, it does look like that we will be able to balance our budget coming into the 21-22 school year. So with that, I'd like to just start with a little bit of history here. The district has been spending down its reserve, and I'm really grateful that we had the opportunity to build up our reserve between the years of 2016 and 2019, prior to when the pandemic really impacted us. And it heavily impacted our finances, so that we started the year with a fund balance of $37 million, which was near the high. The high was actually $40 million in August of 2019. And then in August of 2020, we were down to $37 million. And then this year we anticipate the general fund reserves continuing to drop by another $11 million, taking us down to $26 million as we start the 21-22 school year. This is equivalent to just over 6.5% of our annual expenditures, which does keep us within the parameters that the board has set in terms of keeping our general fund balance at between 5 and 6% of the annual expenditures. As we were looking at next year, we were really keeping an eye on what was going on in the legislative session. And when we started the legislative session, there was a lot of talk on the state providing funds to help with stabilization. As we entered this current school year, we came in 800 students below where we were at the start of the previous school year, which is equivalent to about $8.5 million. And so enrollment, since it plays such a significant part of what our revenue picture looks like, the state was talking about providing us with stabilization funds around our enrollment, around the area of transportation, as well as for our local levy, and that would have totaled about $17.5 million for our district. However, over the course of the session, as it became apparent that the federal government was going to be providing elementary and secondary school emergency relief funds, more commonly known as ESSER funds, to school districts, the state pulled back on their spending and said, let's wait and see what the federal government does. And so that is what the state did do. The federal government did come out with 3 different levels of relief funding, ESSER 1, ESSER 2, and ESSER 3, they're referred to. And that money was distributed first to the states and then by the states to the local school districts based on Title I funding. That Title I funding apportionment was really aimed at targeting students that were experiencing poverty who were disproportionately impacted by the pandemic. And while we fully support that, that distribution did ignore other students that were disproportionately impacted, such as students with disabilities, multi-language learners, and it really ignored the impact that the pandemic had on all students. And we've seen that in our community as well. But as a result of the method that they used to distribute those funds, the amount that school districts received varied very significantly from 290, for the top 20, the largest 20 districts in the state, it varied from $295 per student to over $5,000 per student. And in total, it varied from about $6.4 million to over $130 million for districts. So it was very significant in terms of that variation, which that funding is significant as it supports our recovery from the pandemic moving into the fall of 21-22. And so it's important to recognize that those differences. For Bellevue, we are receiving a total of about $20.1 million, and that is equivalent to $1,100 per student. Bellevue is fourth from the bottom. We are not the lowest, but we are definitely not among the districts receiving the most funds. Those funds, though, will play a significant role in what we are able to do, not only this coming year, but then also in the 22-23 school year as well. The state legislature also gave some additional one-time funds for the current year and moving into next year. So they did provide $6.3 million in the form of enrollment stabilization and transportation hold harmless dollars in the current fiscal year. And then they also are providing an additional $10 million, which will basically cover transportation to and from school next year. The issue was that transportation was based on the lower of current year funding or previous year, and since the previous year would be this year, the funding was significantly low because of reduced ridership. So the $10 million does provide us with the funding that we would normally get under the current formulas. The other factor that does have a significant impact on our budget, my computer just shut itself off, is enrollment. And as I said, this year we were down 800 students, and moving into next year, we anticipate being down another 600 students. This is being driven by a number of different things. First is the high cost of housing in the Bellevue community. It is significant and continues to rise. There's not very many homes on the market. Bellevue is landlocked, unlike some of our neighboring districts. And so it's hard for new families to move into the area. And there's just not that many homes on the market right now. The high cost of lumber is also slowing housing development and growth, which is also impacting people moving into the area. Sorry. The second thing is the second issue is the tech companies are not issuing as many international work visas, and Bellevue is very used to having families move into the area that provide students and enrollment supporting our tech companies, and usually they're here on a 3 to 6 year visa, and those are just not happening right now, again because of the pandemic, and it's unclear when those will start continuing, but we do hope that that becomes another means. There is a new dynamic too in the workplace where employees are working part of the time at home, even as we come back from the pandemic. And so when families are not commuting, or people are not commuting 5 days a week, they tend to tolerate a longer commute and are willing to move a little bit further out for lower housing prices. So, and then finally, some families are choosing other options. During the pandemic, some families explored other options, including private school, homeschooling, and some of these families will remain with these options. So over the 2 years, we've lost about 1,400 students in total. About 85% of our revenue is linked to enrollment, and so as enrollment goes down, so does a pretty significant portion of our revenue. However, moving into 21-22, we do plan on returning to our pre-pandemic levels of staffing. And for the current year, we were overstaffed some compared to that. Our schools, we had more classroom teachers because we were supporting multiple educational models along with lower class sizes to meet the social distancing. And so as we move into next year, we will be reducing our classroom teachers by 63 positions. And we will also be reducing other certificated staff positions that are not working with students in the classroom. Yes.
Is this an okay time to ask you a question, or do you prefer to?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Happy
all
to
right.
answer.
So I guess two things. I guess I was struck because the number of times I've now heard people who I was positive were not going to pull their kids from our public school and put them in private school. I continue to be surprised by how many people are doing that. And they're not just saying because I can and I work remotely. They're saying because you didn't offer in-person instruction. And when I've said, no, we are going to, I can, sign that in blood, and I promise we will by the fall. They've said, I don't believe you. You said that all year. And I do think that's something that I want to point out, because you kind of put that as number 3, but it seems to be an increasing phenomenon. And I mention it because I think we all have an opportunity to assure our community that this will happen. I just want to ask you maybe to comment on that, because you may have a perception or a perspective that I don't have. I know you have the broader trends and the economic forecast, and you've usually been really spot on those. But this is a phenomenon that I know we've each heard about.
Yeah.
The other thing I was just going to say is it would be helpful, because we heard from lots of people have been contacting us about Sammamish High School and the advanced math offerings. And I would appreciate you addressing that, because it is an issue in terms of fairness and opportunity for students to be able to have that offering. And many have just asked why, and why wasn't it done with more kind of input from others? So I don't know if that's right for you or for Acting Superintendent Collins.
Yeah, if we're gonna talk about that right now, because I had a note to bring that up as well. I want to make sure that, like, this may be, like, I don't know if this is the point in the presentation, but I think that this this lowering of enrollment and available funds, like, my understanding is what that does is when we have the larger our enrollment, the more flexibility and fluidity we have. Like, if there's one class that's a little bit under, we can kind of manage it, but when there's fewer and fewer classes, we can't absorb that. But I want to know what we're doing to make those decisions so that they're not just being made fiscally, but so they're also taking into account equity. So the example that Director Serafin brought up is that advanced math, the highest level of advanced math, is a course that's been offered at all 4 of our comprehensive high schools. It touches all the way up to, I think, linear algebra, differential equations, that sort of stuff. And in our community, there's a shocking number of kids who are ready for that material and looking for it. And 3 of our schools are able to have enough folks to sustain it. Well, it sounds like 2 of them are combining some sort of coordinated class. And one of them just didn't have the numbers, but wasn't included because of some curriculum things or whatever in that coordinated class thing. So how do we make a decision so that we don't take one school in the district and say, you're the one that's not going to have advanced math? And how do we, and also when we make these decisions, not on huge broad scale, but at least to mitigate certain things, what can we use from that we've learned this year in terms of remote classes and sharing that might actually make us make different decisions than we'd normally make on something like this?
So the first I heard about that was late Friday. So I'm kind of with you guys. So we do use staffing formulas, and then we do provide some additional funding to schools based on demographics and equity. That being said, I don't know if Deputy Superintendent Collins or Executive Director Sigworth have additional information on that, because part of it does have to do with master schedules and those types of things. So I think either one of you could provide some information regarding the situation at Sammamish High School.
I see Dr. Sigworth has her microphone on and she's ready to jump in.
Yeah, thank you for that. Patty Sigworth, Director of Schools. Just to provide some background, the staffing is allocated to the buildings at each of the levels, elementary, middle, and high. The building leadership looks at course registration at the secondary and enrollment at elementary, and they make decisions based on configurations, whether that's combining a class at elementary, like a 2-3 split, or whether that is how many sections you offer for particular courses based on the enrollment. In this particular case, with the staffing allocation based on projection, Sammamish was already overstaffed significantly based on that projection and had to make some really tough decisions. They opted to defer differential equations for next year and provided choices to families on how they might pursue accelerated math. We typically in our district will look when we have small numbers to combine schools. That's more common than not when we get to small numbers. And we had 2 of our comprehensive high schools that have the same curriculum that opted to combine numbers. Sammamish has had for many years a different type of curriculum in that they block one of the prerequisite classes. So by the time they're through that pace, they are through Calculus 3, and the other schools are through Calculus 4 before they hit into the next layer, which is differential equations. We spent a lot of time in the last week working with Sammamish, our curriculum developers, looking at what's included in the differential equations, and it was determined that the prerequisite for that next layer is Calculus 3, so Sammamish could have combined. And we also simultaneously sought funding from Advanced Learning Department in the event they had extra funding after they allocated their elementary resources. And we were fortunate today to learn that it could be funded through Advanced Learning. Whereas if they chose not to do that, we were able to combine the 3 classes, but the numbers were higher than we would have wanted. When I say the 3 classes, I'm talking between Bellevue, Newport, and Sammamish. And we didn't think that was the ideal environment. It would have worked. It's an advanced class, but it was better to be able to have Sammamish stay at their home school and have Bellevue and Newport combined to reduce class sizes. So we remedied that today. We've been working on it about 2 weeks. But when the projections and the allocations are off, it's a concern. And if we buildings make those individual determinations, and then we work to try to find ways to assist them.
Okay, why don't we take the remainder of the presentation and then we can take all questions at once?
Thank you, Patty.
You're welcome.
Okay, so we did go back to pre-pandemic staffing formulas, and as schools get harder, it does get harder to staff those schools. So, for example, staffing a school like Phantom Lake is more difficult than staffing a school like Stevenson, just because you end up with these odd numbers at, you can end up with 31 first graders, and do you do classes of 15 and 16 because you can't do 31? Or do you look at combining and doing some split grades, as we talked about earlier? In addition to lowering some of our classroom teachers, we're also adding certificated staff in different programs to help with the recovery for students coming back from the pandemic. And so this coming fall, we're focusing on quite a bit of programs around social emotional learning, mental health, and academic recovery. And those were all talked about when Melanie McGee and Deputy Superintendent Collins presented to you the recovery plan. And that was the $10.5 million worth of investments that we're planning on making next year. That funding is coming from multiple sources. One source is our one-time ESSER dollars, and then another source is some of the changes in spending around some of the certificated staff that was not working directly in classrooms. So, I want to say around the ESSER dollars, we are using a do now, build toward tomorrow approach, meaning because the ESSER dollars can be spent between now and September of 2024, it gives us time to look at some of the strategies that we're looking at implementing with the ESSER dollars, and to make a determination if those are the long-term strategies that we want to move forward with system-wide as we come out of that. And it gives us time then to stop doing some of the things that we're doing now in terms of the strategies that we are currently deploying. And so some of the ESSER dollars will be used to fund targeted short-term recovery needs. Some will be done to lay the groundwork for some longer-term investments that will support the redesign of some of our educational models. And we will then use those to build towards the vision and cost structure that we want to have in place long-term. And so because we can spend the ESSER dollars over that extended period of time, it does give us time to then get them integrated into our projected spending levels as we move forward. So we have about $10.5 million worth of ESSER recovery efforts that we're going to be putting in place. Then as we look at the overall budget as a whole, as I said, we're going to start with a beginning fund balance of about $26 million. We anticipate total revenue being almost $330 million, and expenditures being about $333 million. So we do have right now a forecasted fund balance change of a negative $3 million. Which would put our ending fund balance at just about $22 million. Again, keeping us in that range that we want to be in, at about $6.5 million or 6.5% of our annual general fund expenditures. We are in the process of building our budget from the bottom up. This may change. There may be swings in this. We may end up $3 million to the positive, depending upon how things come out. But I think we're going to have a balanced budget moving into next year, which is really what we're targeting to do. And I'm happy to take any questions that you have.
All right, Director Malif.
So I have a couple of questions, some of which might be best answered sequentially. So the first one is, with regards to these new positions for recovery for next year, it's a lot of, there's numbers of FTE included in all of these categories. Where are those people coming from? We've eliminated a few positions and done some reorganization. So I'm just, I guess my first question is, are those people able to apply for these? Where are those people coming from?
Yeah, so quite a few are the realignment of individuals currently in the district. And in fact, we do not anticipate any reduction in force at this time, because we can realign people that were in other positions. And with the ongoing retirements or resignations that we will continue to see over the course of the summer, as we do every year, we will probably be bringing some of the non-continuing contracted folks back in to the district as well. So a lot of these are employees that we've had in the district that were then changing their job assignment.
Okay. And then the next question is, since we're using ESSER funds for a lot of this work, and that's a one-time fund, how sustainable is that? Obviously, you're not spending it all in the first year over time, but how sustainable is it, right?
Right. So that's why we're going to look at the outcomes of these and then figure out if this is where, if these are our long-term strategies to keep in place. Some of the things that we are spending on are one-time things. So for example, the tutoring programs that we're putting in place. Will we need that same level of tutoring long-term, or is that, a short-term thing that then we would add additional funds to? So it's kind of a mixture of both one-time expenditures and ongoing expenditures, but it's important that we look at the outcomes and impact of those to determine, is this where we want to continue to spend our money in the future, and is this where we're getting the greatest impact for our students based on the funds we're spending?
Thank you. And then my third question is a little bit more complicated. So even before COVID, there was a projection of a decreasing budget over time. Over the last 4 or 5 years, there's been a lot of things that happened at the legislative level that has negatively impacted Bellevue School District. The first was the McCleary decision, which restricted our ability to collect levy funds. The second was the SEB reorganization, which actively cost us money. And then over the course of they've never fully funded special education, et cetera, et cetera. And so that was all before COVID, which obviously took a massive hit on our finances. And I'm looking at, like, you said we started with this much in the reserve. Now we are at $10 million less than that. We're projected to go a little bit less than that. I'm just wondering, with the 5 to 6% reserve per board policy, is that going to be sufficient over time? Like, are we going to be able to maintain a balanced budget long term?
So some of that depends on what happens with enrollment. So if enrollment continues to decline, then we're going to have some additional difficult decisions to make. Some of it depends on what the legislature does going forward in terms of funding of education. From some legislatures I spoke to that are on Ways and Means Committee, they anticipate having a supplemental budget for districts. Now, I'm not going to bet on that, because until it happens, I'll believe it when I see it. It's hard to bet on forthcoming money from things. So it's our job to continue to look out years and do kind of some what if scenarios and look at, best case, worst case, and to do some planning on how we would deal with those different scenarios moving forward. And so that's kind of some of the work that we're doing in terms of forecasting and understanding those impacts.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Director Chu?
So I'm going to stick with the line that Eric is bringing up and just really dig in and make sure I understand some of this. So looking backwards, I think what we had determined was that total dollars in ESSER that we received, about 20-ish million, we spent more than that this year in COVID costs. But when I look at this report, I see that we spent down $11 million of our reserve, and it's not clear where the other 10 million for this year came from. And so I'm concerned that we're giving people the impression that we have that we only had to go into our reserves by 11 million, and that we have 10 million of extra ESSER funds that we can spend on all this programming for next year. So can you help me reconcile?
So you're forgetting about the $6.3 million that we're getting in supplemental funds this year. So we're basically spending down the 11 million plus the 6.3 million of additional funds that we're getting. So that was money that we did not anticipate coming in. So if we didn't get that 6.3 million, we would have been spending down our reserves by 17.3 million.
Okay, and then where's the other, where did we get the other 3 or 4 million that we spent on COVID extra costs?
That is basically the kind of switches that you get in your budget. So if you think about it, that's only 1% of our total budget. So for example, when we don't replace somebody right away, that's all just the spending control and swing that you get. There's some other things that we're doing. We're decreasing the staff in central office by approximately $500,000 annually. We've reduced the amount of holdback that schools can use out of their building budget. So in other words, we have buildings right now that have like 120% of their budget in their savings account. And so we're reducing that to a 30% carryover because the goal is for them to spend that.
So in general, then we have basically spent down 11, got 6.5, and then kind of absorbed or sorted it out. And that allowed us to free up some of the COVID money so that we could use it for recovery services. Can you also just be clarify for me that we're choosing to do these specific recovery programs as opposed to just hiring back staff that we are otherwise laying off, because it's a one-time fund. Like, to explain why we're applying it in this way, like what are the restrictions to COVID dollars and why would we choose this approach? Because we are going to have a significant hit to staffing levels at buildings, and it is going to, this Sammamish thing is not an isolated incident, right? We're going to see more and more of that.
So we are impacting buildings, but I have to stress that we are going back to the pre-pandemic staffing levels. So it's not like we're going to be raising class sizes significantly. We're still going to be at the same class sizes that we were prior to the pandemic hitting, which is lower than we have been historically for a long period of time. So that's one thing I do want to stress. Yeah, it comes down to enrollment, and we've always said that staffing and providing a full complement of classes at a smaller high school is more difficult than at larger high schools. And so with Sammamish dropping some students, that kind of rolls them into a smaller high school kind of level versus having 1,500 or 1,600 students, having 1,100 students. It just makes it more difficult to handle the smaller class sizes when you have them. That being said, you know, some of the technology and things that we've put in place will enable us to do some things that we haven't been able to do historically, like combine classes across high schools, for example, because we now have the ability to broadcast to multiple buildings and things like that. So I think there is definitely some opportunity there to improve the efficiency of staffing. I also think that we're doing some things to continue to control costs, and I do think we have future opportunities in that area. So for example, when the ERP system gets up and into place, that should allow us to operate more efficiently in some areas. So there's some definite opportunities that we have to continue to control costs.
No, I know we're doing a lot of those good things. I think I didn't ask my question clearly. I wanted to ask like why we were applying the ESSER dollars in the way we were, because there's a reason for it, right?
Yeah. So our ESSER dollars are limited. There is some limitations around our ESSER dollars in terms of how they will be used. And so the ESSER $2 and $3, which are the two sets of dollars that we have left, the ESSER $1 we received almost a year ago now, and those were spent on primarily offering childcare to essential workers. If you recall that's what we were doing last spring and summer. And that was only about $1.6 million. ESSER $2 and $3 are to be focused on the reopening of school buildings and on learning loss, mental health supports, and student needs primarily. And so that is what we are focusing them on. And those are the programs that were discussed when Deputy Superintendent Collins brought forward the recovery plan. And those are the plans on how we're going to spend those ESSER dollars. Part of that, though, also looks at what do we want to do long term? Like, as we've always talked about this, it's how do we leverage going forward and doing something different? And are there things that we should be incorporating into our everyday practices as we move forward? And so the goal is for this not only to provide recovery in the short term for our students, but also to lay the groundwork for what are the educational programs that we want to have in place in the long term.
Thank you. I have one other question, but I'll hold it to others get a chance.
So I'm going to say we allocated 15 minutes. This was supposed to be an update and not a whole discussion. We can spend some additional time, but we will need to take it out from somewhere else because we are way over time. So are these questions that are for general discussion now, or are there ones that you could submit in writing? How does the board want to proceed?
I think this is worthwhile because I think people want to know. So I would be happy to take it out of somewhere else.
Okay, so we'll just keep going. I just want everyone to be aware. It's the questions for your board.
And maybe this doesn't, what I want to say maybe doesn't require, maybe just requires thinking about what I say. It doesn't require like answering what I say. But this math issue with this small class at Sammamish High, this is not the first time I've seen this. And I am wondering whether we would benefit from maybe creating like a list of questions that the principals could think through when they're deciding which classes to cut. Because here are my questions about the math. So is it a core class that you're cutting? Is it a situation that the district caused by offering a summer skip class or an advanced learning skip, or, you know, these kids just, you know, they're not asking you for Russian level 8 here. You know, it's something that we kind of brought upon them. Do the colleges expect it? It's my understanding that colleges expect 4 years of math on your transcript, no matter how advanced you are, the same as they might expect 4 years of English or literacy. So it doesn't matter how far you were advanced in 11th grade. I mean, I think that's my understanding. Does the alternative, like BCC or traveling to another school in the district, cause that student to then miss one of the other 7 classes they were expecting to take because of transportation time? Or does it cause them to have to drop out of their sport because it's BCC and it doesn't work that way? And then, so it might be that there's certain electives that would fall through that list of questions and would be the ones that would be more have to be cut. But I would also say, could we look, the other thing is, you know, the CTE pathways, some of those might not be like math, English, social studies, science that we consider like the 4 you gotta have them. But if a kid is lined up to be on a certain career path, I want to consider that too. So I know it's hard to balance, but I think we have to think, did we set these kids up for this? And were we telling some of our, you know, most academically focused students that they don't matter? Because you gotta get that 4th year on your transcript.
So is this something that
it's just
we can record and determine a place that perhaps a few people can be working on?
So that was my other question, so I'll just throw it out so that the comments can hit it both at the same time. I took it from a slightly different perspective, and for me, it really brought up concerns of equity. And I wonder if the critical criteria are being applied in decision-making about school programming and school courses, and if that wouldn't have tripped the wire on whether or not this stopped and required additional thought. So for me, I'm wondering, we do an excellent job as a district when we uncover something and we finally like recognize that it's a problem, we go and fix that thing. But how do we stop having to uncover each of these things and have the teachers bring it, or not that, you know, the teachers bring it to our attention, or the students bring it to our attention, or the parents? Like, at what point do we kind of proactively discover some of them and take them off right from the start? And I think we do have some existing tools, and I wonder if they're being applied. So that's how I would have also looked at it.
I would say that this is something that was on the radar that before parents raised the concern, and something that Patty was already meeting with the administrators at Sammamish to resolve. So looking into issues and what was happening. I will also say that there are some decisions that are made at the building level. And for example, at Sammamish, they recently were looking at one of their courses, the conversation that was happening around whether or not to continue a course that was initiated at Sammamish. And now they were looking at, do we want to discontinue offering this course? That discussion happened at their racial equity and inclusion team. And so, yes, I would say they are using critical criteria to have those conversations. I'm not sure I could say that universally at all of our high schools, but I do know Sammamish has been. And I don't know if that's for every course for which we're having not sufficient sign up, because insufficient sign up oftentimes does mean that's not the course we're going to run. But in the case like this, where a student might not have their 4th year of math or might have to travel for that math, that's really critical that we're looking at whether or not that we've exhausted every avenue to make sure that course is offered or something is done for the student.
Okay, anything else? All
All right, so as we close out this section, since we talked a lot about enrollment, so should enrollment decline or a notice of that significantly over the summer, then what happens with staffing and the budget?
So if enrollment declines significantly over the summer, then a couple things could potentially happen. One is, depending on how it declines, it could decline in one area and go up in another, then we would look at moving staffing between buildings as much as we could. Let's say it declines another 500 students. We'd have to look at how that decline happened, because while 500 students does impact our budget, it depends on if it's 10 in each school or 20 in each school. It's really hard to get staffing out at that point, and so we would have to make cuts in other areas, and we'd start looking at how do we do that over the course of the year. There's different things that you can do to control spending, right? You can do hiring freezes. You can put programs in place where you don't replace people immediately, that you keep some of those positions open for 2 to 3 months prior to replacing them. You can look at some of your materials and supply expenditures. You look at your consulting contracts, which are easily stopped, right? So there's different things that we would put in place in order to control spending.
But is it possible we could lose additional classroom FTEs completely?
It would fully depend on how they bear out across the district as a whole. They don't come in the little packets of 20, 22, 25, all in 3rd grade, right? I mean, it just doesn't happen that way. And so I think we're going to have to, if that happens between now and next fall, we're going to have to take cuts elsewhere.
And I would say that
It won't
happens.
come in a way that's manageable like that.
Right, and that happens every year, which is why we have staffing meetings in August repeatedly, and then the first 2 weeks of school, we're meeting every day to look at numbers and try to balance staffing. So it could be at a school where they had a large class of 5th graders that moved on, but the incoming class of kindergarten is small, and that school needs to lose 2 teachers, let's say. But oftentimes those are the ones that we're planning for and we know ahead of time. It's where 25 students were lost across all 6 grade levels at an elementary, for example, and we're like, okay, what do we do with this? And if we're not low across the board, then we just absorb it. If we are low across the board, we have to start finding ways to find that FTE.
We also carry usually 10 or 12 contingency FTE in our budget. So in other words, I'll have the dollars in there for it, but I won't necessarily have the staff hired or anything. And so that's like extra money sitting in our budget. Number one, in case we get the additional enrollment and have to add a teacher here or there. But number two, enrollment comes in light, that's still some funds that we have sitting there that we haven't really spent that we can hold back on. So there's some of that we put into our budget just so that we can react to, it's a plan, right? I wish things went according to plan always, but they don't. And so we do have contingencies and other things in there so that we can react to the reality that comes into play in the fall.
Are those contingencies disproportionate this year because of COVID, or are they the same type of contingencies that you normally plan for? Because I think this speaks pretty profoundly to the space that Director Serafin was talking about earlier, where if our families continue to decline, like we might have a much more substantial drop in that enrollment than we might have expected in other years. So yeah, where are we at, and anything we can do to help build people's confidence is going to be imperative.
Yeah, it will be imperative. Last year we lowered our enrollment forecast halfway through budgeting. We were budgeting higher, then we lowered our enrollment forecast, and then we only staffed at 98% last year. So not only did we lower it, then we didn't even fully staff to our enrollment forecast, which basically was helpful to us given that we were down 800 students. This year, because we were overstaffed, from last year being the multiple educational models and the smaller class sizes for physical distancing. We did forecast going down 600, but we did staff to 100%. But then we've got those additional 10 contingencies sitting out there, which last year we didn't have that additional contingency out there at all. So
I just want to make, I guess, a comment, maybe three things. One, there's things within our control. There's things outside of our control. We try to impact legislative decisions by meeting with our representatives, but obviously that's not something that even our reps can control. But they do understand how our district is not the stereotype that many people have, which is monolithic, all needs are the same. They don't know. They're always surprised when we tell them 20% of our students are on free and reduced lunch. So all those things we can't control. We can control enrollment possibly by assuring families that they can rely on what we're saying. So I think that's an opportunity for all of us. But the third thing I just wanted to compliment you on is I'm really glad you're here because you do inspire a level of confidence that we have, particularly in the work you're doing. And so I just wanted to thank you for that because you've always taken a very conservative approach. And I think that's really, it's why we are, I think, going to make it through this. So thank you.
you're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to move that we move item 7 to after item 9, and that we take our break for 5 minutes at this time. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we are in break for 5 minutes. Okay, so we are back and we are now on board updates, board business. And so, well, actually, we'll have to put 9.1 aside because executive committee update, we'll wait for Director Watson to return, but we can already start with GoalCom 9.2. Do you have any updates at this
So we
time?
don't have a big update because our big meeting is this Friday, so we'll have to bring that next time for folks, and we can put it in the information only because I don't know that we had time on the agenda for it, but if there's anything significant, we'll let you know and we can pull it out of the, we can make maybe some time if we need it. The only update I do have is that the one position on assessments that we submitted to WASA, the legislative committee has asked that we work with them on the wording because they were a little uncomfortable with some.
Okay, thank you. And then, yeah, I just have some requests for GoalCom to be working on a couple of policies, but specifically 1400 for public comment section. So thank you for that. Why don't we go on to 9. Okay.
Director Sarapan, did you have anything to add?
Oh, you covered it.
Okay. Thanks. And then why don't we do 9.3 SIFE? Do you have anything?
We don't really
We're in
have,
the same
yeah,
space.
we don't really have anything. Our meeting is on Thursday, so we will finalize our committee update and plan then. And apologies, we was supposed to do this meeting. Sorry about that. But yeah, then pretty much everything else we're going to share in item 7. So.
Okay, great. And then so Director Watson, that brings us back to executive committee.
Right, I just said a couple of things here. We do plan on having a board workshop this summer, but we just haven't worked out the date or the topic because we want to we have a number of ideas of what the topic could be, but we want to consult with our acting and interim superintendents before which is going to be the best use of our time. And then the equity report, which I sat down today and thought I was behind on it, but it turns out I'm not that behind. So, but I put it out here as a placeholder because I think it's important that we promise to do the equity report and that we do it. And it'll be something we need to get done by August.
Okay. And then the other portions for the executive committee, if any directors have suggestions for board workshops, let us know. We'll put that into the kind of the hopper as consulting, as Director Watson said. And then the other point that we will be doing in this time frame, as we do every year, we will be doing our board self-evaluation using the WASDA framework and using our outside consultant to work with that, just as we do every year. And what we'll do is we'll have Acting Superintendent Collins be the 6th member of that evaluation process. So you will see a link coming shortly as we get that sorted out. And then we'll have the internal review process. We've been doing it in person for the last couple of years, but we'll modify that for this year.
I just wondered if you wanted to just flesh out, maybe for those interested in listening, how we do self-assessments against WASDA standards at all.
We use the WASDA standards, so we'll do that as we've been doing every year. It'll be the same. Okay, so item 9.4 will be the FinOps report.
Right, the FinOps report, which is I had to reform. I've been looking at, but I had to reformat it for technical reasons. But these are the highlights, and so this is the summative status report, which was due May 19th, according to one of our procedures, and we're going to get you an ongoing committee plan, but we're in really good shape actually for that because we have a rolling agenda that we just kind of keep as a report almost going forward. And so we are happy with the results of the audit, which is, Melissa DeVito's department, but they didn't have any findings, and the auditors are always, lovely to talk to. So that's great, especially since we always come out so shiningly. And then the committee's been working on the budget guidelines work, but I guess I underestimated the amount of time it would take even after we had the stuff from the workshop. But we're working through the things we got from WASA, the ideas we got from the workshop, and we're looking at those and then coming up with sort of like a committee approved set, and then we'll bring them to you. But then what we decided was we don't have enough time right now for all that to be done for this budget cycle. So we're hoping that we've never had budget guidelines before, so they're a new way of the board providing some kind of financial oversight, but Melissa's working with it. It's all in her brain. And so hopefully, this year's budget cycle will conform to the general idea, and then we'll have the formal thing for the next budget process, just because the amount of time was just more than you can do in a 2-hour FinOps meeting once a month. We also put down the timeline that I know Melissa went over earlier about how we expect the budget work to go. Then I also have the list of current policies that we've been working on, and some of the things that are in our on our docket for our future policy work, with a few little notes here and there. And so that kind of shows you our status.
Okay, any questions? All right, so that brings us to the end of board business planning, and we can take some time to do item 7 now, which is sharing from the community listening sessions. We'll have another opportunity to do this because we have ongoing community listening sessions with various groups. Tomorrow we're doing a series with our educators. So this is just a brief opportunity. Perhaps everyone can share maybe 1 or 2 salient points, and then we'll have additional opportunity. But just in the interest of time and recognizing that this will be ongoing discussions.
So why don't we just remind everyone the sessions that we've had so far before we start sharing. So we've had 3 sessions with our general community members. We've had a session with our students, the student advisory group, and we have had some focus sessions with the Latinx group of families, an Asian Pacific Islander group of families, and a group of Black families. And we have several more to go, and we have at least 5. Probably we're going to have to expand it to be 6 sessions with staff coming up over the next 2 weeks. We have scheduled 3 sessions with our educators and that group starting tomorrow, 7 a.m. is the first one. And then we've got 1 session scheduled with our broad group of employees, and I think we're going to need to add a second because that group is so large and the waiting list is very long. So we'll be reaching out to see if people can do another one. And then we have one with our leadership level of educators and department leaders throughout the district coming up as well. And we have several other smaller group ones that are still pending. We're working on dates. So that's what we've got.
And then it's worth noting, although it's a little bit separate from this series, we're also engaging in listening sessions with our labor partner leadership as well. So those are another series of sessions that the board is engaging in as well. Director Chu, since you spearheaded this, you want to start with the sharing? No? Director Watson.
Oh, about what I learned at the forum?
Just one or two points you want to share.
It's interesting. I wonder sometimes whether, because I was in the forum where it was kind of more of an open, it wasn't a select group, it was just parents. But I wonder if they come in waves or whether they kind of hear one person start talking about it and then they start talking about it. But we did have some themes. One about the fighting between adults, that people were concerned to see that. And divisions in the community. People were concerned to see that. We always have one, what I call like administrator problem, that they come to the board forum, but they get the attention of an administrator, and then that person can work with them and kind of solve it, and they just didn't know where to go. So that was kind of good. There were quite a few comments about the curriculum And I guess we had a group of people who were concerned about the social justice aspects of our curriculum. And so they expressed that. Delicately, so I think I'll just leave it there.
Okay, and I'll just jump on that. I went to the Student Advisory Council one with Director 2, and we asked students, their prompt was similar to the prompt that we did at our last board development workshop regarding how students experience certain of the acknowledgements we have, for example, AAPI, Heritage Month, or Black History Month, and they answered that, and then we started some general discussion, and then they kind of looped back around to that because their point was largely that they really wanted to have more discussion around these topics, and they came at it from a variety of viewpoints, but the common theme was that they wanted to engage in the discussion. They wanted to engage deeply with one another, and they felt that this was an important time to do it because this was the foundation for how they would go forward in society and have these discussions as well. So I think kind of to honor and respect that, if there are themes that came out of your session, it'd be helpful for those of us who weren't at the session to hear them.
Well, you know, the parents, these are parents who are concerned with some of the ideas, and yeah, I don't want you to teach my kid any social stuff. I don't want my kid confused. I don't think you should be teaching young students about race. These were the kinds of comments that we were getting. And I guess I always feel people shouldn't be afraid of ideas. They should discuss them in their families, but that's just my opinion. So that's the kind of thing we were getting.
Director Watson, since I accompanied both you and Dr. Wiest at the student one of the themes that I was taking away, and maybe you can, you know, say whether or not this is the same way you heard, was I heard some questions about whether or not some of these topics are being introduced in ways that are developmentally appropriate. I also heard some questions about whether or not these topics are being raised in spaces that are safe. Sometimes from our parents and families, but I heard more of that from our students, that in some courses, and then this carried over into yet another of the sessions that I went to with the Black families, that in some courses, the teachers are very adept at nurturing a safe space and having the conversations about race and other topics that feel very linked to people's core identities in different ways, be safe and be respected. And it was something that was part of everything, but that some classrooms don't have that same success. And so some kids are walking away, the families are telling us, and some of the kids are telling us, they're walking away feeling a little overwhelmed by some of it and feeling very self-critical or very having their esteem questioned in ways that seemed challenging for the adults to build back up or to address. And so those were some of the topics that were coming up, and wondering if this was being introduced in ways that were as productive as its intent is actually.
Yeah.
And the students did note that.
So it takes quite a bit of skill, right, to facilitate these kinds of delicate discussions. And it may be that that these parents and kids experienced it, I don't know, in a way that wasn't facilitated as well, but it may just be that these parents don't want these topics taught.
Well, it sounds like it could also be, certainly we're talking to high school students, and so there's a different, certainly developmental level, but they were also saying they wanted to make sure they had discussions and that there were multiple sides presented, so kind of that critical thinking aspect, and they were concerned about bias, how it was introduced, that they felt that sometimes it was overly political,
and then they didn't know what to do. So we actually talked about ways for them to report and what might be a safe space and what might be successful. And we didn't get the answer to that, but it's something that they may be looking into further for us, because we often hear the complaints and then we don't hear what works and what is a safe space and what is a productive discussion and where students do feel affirmed. And since that's what we want, is them affirmed and inspired and thriving. And it's a comment I didn't make in the budget update, but I'm hoping that we get to thriving, because I do have concerns that we're just kind of in this recovery phase, which we need to be in, but we're not getting to the thriving. So anytime that we can find what's good and what's working, to be able to elevate that.
I can give, okay, so I can give a summary of the community family forum that I joined Christine Chu for, Dr. Chu for, on May 26th. And I actually had this as my last point, but I'll start with it. Some of it came from that discussion, but I will say also I've gotten some calls and emails and on the topic, and I do tend to think that it's less about is it appropriate to talk about race, but more about how we are maybe doing it in a way that may not, frankly, help many kids, not just students who see themselves as white and maybe uncomfortable, possibly, but also even students of color. So what I'm kind of getting, the common theme is a sense of fear sometimes when it's not done, fear by those who are students of color that they will get blamed by the other kids for the reason this conversation's happening, and then fear by those who want to participate or might want to say something that they'll say something wrong. So I just feel like we probably just need to put more thought into this to do it in a way that, I mean, the word safe is a good one to use, but a way where we can do it in a way that we are not avoiding the fact that this is a challenging thing to put on a teacher to try to support, and they are going to need support to know the right way to do it. I think there's two aspects. One is the developmental piece. Are we introducing things in the right way for the age of the kids? And then the other piece is, I think, what I would call a fear about viewpoint discrimination. So how do you say you can speak on this topic, you can give your point of view, but we have to also ensure that there's a level of respect. And to do that, some people feel like, okay, you're not really letting me say whatever I want. And we're like, yeah, we have values of respect, so you can't say something that's intended to be mean or disrespectful. I will say, I'm going to read you something that I had in notes because it's really striking. A parent who I know well enough to know that she's very active in topics of this nature where she works. She believes in it and thinks it's important to talk about equity and inclusion. She was concerned that her high schooler had said, I'm never participating in this kind of thing again. And he said that he had witnessed something on social media where one of the kids who was a white student made a comment trying to participate in a discussion, and the other kids said, you don't have a right to talk about it, you're not a person of color, go kill yourself. I mean, that kind of banter between students that they may not realize the impact, that's where I think some parents are saying, well, you are the ones who are fostering this discussion, so you need to do a better job of ensuring that this goes in a way that's positive and productive and doesn't end up making kids like dislike each other or not have productive conversations. So that's where I think our intent is good, but we may not be landing it well in all classrooms or all discussions. So that was the impression I've gotten, but that particular exchange really just stuck with me. The topics that came up besides that in our conversation, I think athletics, Christine can speak to, because she had a lot of, I think, follow-up. There was a concern that we were not enabling support of athletics at the rate that we should be and should have been able to based on state guidelines. There was some concern about curriculum, but we already addressed it, mainly on the Sammamish High School related math topic. But I think two things that came up kind of as recurring themes. One was kind of grades and the fact that grades continually come in late. Several parents just spoke to the fact of how hard that is to get students to feel respected or that their achievements matter when there's such a gap between their effort and when they learn how a teacher assessed their work. So we had just had a few parents speak to that I think very well across a few different ages. Then we also had, I think, a recurring theme at Interlake High School that that they felt that even when they emailed staff, teachers, principals, and said, my kid continues to be marked as absent, multiple parents said this, no one would reply, no one. And they all just said, how can you do that? How can you have it so that parents email that many people and they don't get a single answer? But then the parent said, the minute I put it on Facebook, someone from the administration quickly called me. And why is that? So I think that's something to think about. I think we also got a very compelling assessment from a single mother about what it was been like to be a single mother during our very partial in-person instruction sort of scenario. And I think in her case, she just described being her child at international school, what it means that her kid cannot participate in a lot of core things because she can never make it work. And what impact that has had on her child, on her. And she kind of pointed out that she has the means to be able to pay for some things to still help her kid. But she pointed out how hard it is, and she knows it would be for a single parent without those extra funds. So an equity as well as inclusion sort of just story that was very illustrative. And let me hand it off to Christine on the athletics piece, maybe.
Oh, on the athletics, yeah. So I'll just be super quick. On the athletics, I think that the issue that has come up quite often in that space and continues to come up is that we seem to make decisions that are efficient for adults and not for kids and families. And the concern was that as appreciative as people were to have the athletic seasons that we were able to have, the spectator problem was there was a level that we were allowed to have, and then we minimized that, and we didn't even come close to the capacity that we were allowed to have based on whatever we had agreed to. And then on top of that, the contention was that the state said we could actually have more based on whatever. But I think the theme that came through wasn't so much just this or that, or I want more, or I want this. It's that decisions were made that impacted kids who were seniors. It was their final year. They couldn't have their families at a lot of the games. They couldn't have their, and it just took a while, and the district slowly started to bring more in, but they still never came to capacity. And the questions were like, why can some districts pull this off, but ours can't? And is this like an intentional decision on risk management, or is this just an efficiency and operations thing, or what? And they felt like there wasn't clear communication, and that it just seemed like whatever was simplest was done instead of what could work for the kids or families. Seema, does that kind of?
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
Director Malik, do you want to add any thoughts?
Sure. So, my takeaway from this, went to a couple more of them since I'm on the SAFE committee. So sort of to broad themes, which tie into a lot of our previous conversation, especially like, the discussion that we had earlier with Acting Superintendent Collins around communication, around the things that Director Serafan has brought up around trust and like lack of trust from our community. Those were very common themes pretty much throughout the sessions that I've attended. And this is one of those places where I feel like we kind of fell down on our values. If I look at our values, service, integrity, compassion, excellence, respect, collaboration, I think we were doing a good job of it in the fall, and then I think come spring, we sort of lost it a little bit along the way. You know, under integrity, like what we've noted is we earn trust through consistently and accountably following through on our commitments and by acknowledging and addressing our shortfalls. And we are working on that, but you know, we've lost the trust of our community. The first parent forum at 8 a.m., we spent almost the entire time reassuring people that we were going to be opening school in the fall. Like that was pretty much the extent of the first half of the conversation. And I think for the follow-up sessions, we tried to cut that off by just starting with that. Like this is, let's not try not to focus on this so that we can talk about other things. One of the other things that I think really came out in the parent sessions especially was around collaboration. Like we, as a district, I think have been trying to do a lot of collaborating within our system. Right? There has been a lot of collaboration between teachers. There's been collaboration between the schools. There's been collaboration with our community partners, like those represented by Eastside Pathways with Jubilee Reach. We did not bring in families to that in almost any meaningful way, especially in the spring. And that really showed in the sessions that we had, where it was a lengthy discussion about, like, I feel like the district or the school or whoever is not interested in my experience. They just are going to tell me what to do. They don't want to hear from me in return. And that was, you know, sort of an enlightening moment. There was a lot of discussion around the schedule and how impossible it is for families. There was one woman that's really stood out for me where, you know, she said it was actually a good thing that her high schooler was only in class half day because she needed her to watch her elementary student who was also only in class half day while she had to work. And, you know, I'm sure that is absolutely not a unique experience, but definitely one that impacts our kids and families. So, you know, I learned a lot from these sessions. I think that, you know, moving forward, I hope we can take these lessons and like move forward with them. But yeah, that was.
So I'm gonna just close, since I went to almost all of the sessions. Just logistically, it worked out that way. So just a few things that I didn't hear come up that I wanted to make sure came up. One of the things that we heard from one of our groups, we really needed, and actually this is more than one of our groups, we need to see more educators of color, especially Black educators in our district, because it's still possible for kids to go through the system and never having had an educator of color, or a Black educator at least. And that was one issue. Another is really talking about what kind of professional development are we providing for our educators? And are we making sure that we're including things like how to have these conversations with kids, and not just what the beliefs are, but actually how to use this material and how to have safe spaces and so forth. And the other on this particular one that was striking to me was just a push for more partnerships and more creative partnerships, a different way of partnering. Like, we want to change things. We want to see more change. It's been a while. We keep asking, we have these conversations, and we'd like to have new conversations. We'd like these things to work, but even things like, and they're so important because those partnerships could help us close the loop. One of the things that came up in a conversation was, hey, you know, our curriculum is still having major bias issues. There was a big lesson in one of the elementary schools on voting rights and how women got the right to vote. Well, it wasn't all women who got the right to vote. All women didn't get the right to vote until 1965, I think, right? The Voting Rights Act. And that wasn't raised, it wasn't brought up, it wasn't part of the consciousness. And I think the thing that struck me about that is we as a board, we put policies, we put an equity policy, we put curriculum policies, we've tried to fix all the direction setting so that we have that level of curriculum. And then I know the district is investing huge amounts of time with like teachers and educators and staff trying to fix the curriculum. But how do we partner with families and students to close the loop and say, we did all this, how did it show up for you? Because I don't think we're doing the how did it show up for you, and I think that's killing us. Like, it's just killing us because we've been at this for years and we are doing lots of the things that have been asked for. We've done the professional development, but we're still told that the conversations can't happen in the classrooms in ways that are safe for kids. We're not closing the loop on how we're doing. So that was really powerful to me. Another powerful moment for me during it, and Francine, I know this is more than you asked us to do, but it seems like we went here, so we may as well just finish. Another powerful moment was when, at the end of a couple of the sessions, I started calling on people who hadn't spoken just to make sure they had a chance. And one woman said, well, you know, I was pretty sad when I signed up for this. She said, you say you want to talk to the Latino community. You say you want to hear from us, but I feel like we're invisible to you. I feel like you don't even know that, you don't recognize that we're here. She's like, I went to sign up for this forum and I was asked if I was going to speak English or Chinese. And we actually had a translator waiting who could have done Spanish translations had more families signed up who wanted that and needed that. But for some reason that didn't come across. So again, I think it's about closing the loops and figuring out, like, her intentions are great, but why did she think that their Spanish-speaking families wouldn't be welcome at our forum, at our general forum? They would only be welcome if we had a special translated forum, or like, and yet they would have been. So I just want to figure out, like, well, we'll do that in SIFE, we'll troubleshoot that. But those types of things are just more examples about why it's so important to close the loop with families. When we say we're going to help take care of something, we're taking care of it with you, not just for you. We want to know if we actually got it. So we as a board should keep figuring out how to keep these conversations going. My mic says it's time for me to be quiet. So there were more.
So I think to just bring that, all these themes together. So a couple of things that I'm hearing is, so Acting Superintendent Collins, we're hearing about communications, and we know that there's going to be a communications plan with our new communications director and group, and we have the audit. So we'll be getting some information shortly. Do we have a sense of when we might get the first tranche of that?
Communications audit. Do we know when we might have some information to share with the board?
Well, we have the report, but then how are we going to implement?
Okay. The implementation plan. That's what
Right.
you're asking for. Use mine.
Here you go, Jenny.
Thank you.
Jenny.
Oh, okay. Hello, thank you. My name is Janine Thorne, and I am the interim communications director. We are currently working. We've taken the assessment that was done through INSPRA, and we have broken it out into a 30, 60, and 90-day implementation. From that, we've been working with the department to ascertain just how much and what kind of lift it will take to make the comprehensive changes that were outlined in the report. We have come up with a tentative plan, and that can be shared soon. I will just kind of convene with the leadership team to see how we want to roll that out. And then, of course, get your input. That would be the next step, because we want to make sure that we're doing this thoughtfully and that it is well planned, and that we're doing some of the same things. Some of those same themes came up as we were talking as a communications team about how to do this in a way that is strength-based, bring voices to the table, center voices that feel that they have not been heard, and do it with the amount of dignity and respect that we know we want to provide our students and families. So with that being said, we'll convene, we'll talk as a group, and we're ready to share that plan and then get feedback from the board.
Thank you. That sounds really good.
Thank you. Okay, so then another major theme is around family engagement. So that touches on that a little bit. And then, but perhaps it's something that can be thought of in the annual plan. So I know on the one hand, we don't want to talk too much about activities. We want to talk about outcomes. However, it might be worth getting a really good sense of what activities, what things are actually going to be done in this coming year or in the next, at least in the fall, so that we get a sense of the full breadth of the family engagement that's going on. So the board really has a sense of what's happening.
I'm really grateful that you're asking this question. And Shamari, would you come on and share? We're super excited about some of our plans for family engagement. And it clearly goes beyond one-way communication, how we have maybe more traditionally thought of, or participation in PTSA. That's not what we mean by family engagement. And Dr. Chu, when you said a parent made the comment about something that I'm certain was inadvertent, a question being asked, if that was the only time that parent had experienced that kind of, I'll call it marginalization, then they may have thought, okay, this was inadvertent. This is not how I know this district to be, but clearly there have been many probably instances where there have been likely similar, they've encountered similar barriers, and that's not how we want to be, but we have to take specific and intentional steps to change that culture, change our way of thinking and our actions. And the reason I wanted to call on Shamari is he and I are in conversation a lot. Most specifically today, we talked about family engagement. This is going to be one of the topics at our Leadership Institute. And Shamari called me today to ask, do you want to share what we talked about?
Yes, certainly. Yeah, we just really have to refocus and recenter our work on ensuring that the family is a key person that is in the development of all the things that are happening with their individual students, but also within the students that they're seeking to advocate for. And so today Eva and I were talking a bit more about our strategic plan around family engagement and how we want to ensure that there's accountability measurements that are put in place for us to dot the I's and cross the T's in service of all of our families who feel like they don't have a voice or a platform to advocate for their students. So we're looking at improvement plans and how we really focus on those, not just in our schools, but maybe in our district as a whole. And we're looking at also frameworks that help us to move forward our families' connection to our district and vice versa. So we'll be closely working with our communications team coming up to make sure that we're pushing out, but also receiving in things that are essential for our families to know, but for us to know about our families. And there's a laundry list of things, including a potential future technology solution that will help us to streamline everyone's effort to access either families or families to access us. So there's a bunch of stuff coming. And we're looking really forward to doing a much better job of serving our families.
Okay, thanks. And then so with that, I also heard kind of themes about maybe professional development, or at some point getting a better sense of how the district is either intentionally fostering conversations about race and other challenging topics, how that occurs at different levels. And I'll just say the anecdote that Director Serafin shared, I mean, is very concerning. However, unfortunately, I'm not completely surprised because I have people in the district who say that to me. And as someone who has a mixed race background, and someone who's been dealing with these issues my entire life in very difficult and challenging spaces, and that's how I'm treated. So I certainly, unfortunately, am not surprised that students
get that message, and I think it has to stop. And so it would be good if we had a better sense of this. It's certainly on the minds of our community, and we need to understand what are the messages our students are receiving, what supports are available, and how do we provide the right environment that students feel connected. I don't just want to use the word safe because that means so many different things to different people, but how do students feel connected and they feel a sense of belonging? Those are some of the primary things that we want in Goal 1. And so when we're having these conversations, that's what needs to be central so that they can express their identities, they can explore safely, and they can feel connected.
I just want to add that one thing. I think one of the worst outcomes is that we have the reverse impact of what we want. Like in an ideal world, we would be the laboratory environment in a positive way for what the world could be. People being able to have productive and positive conversations that acknowledge each other's experiences. And from that, you would hope that then you create allies in each other, right? You see someone and their gender identity in a way that you didn't before. You see someone and their lived experience in a way you didn't before. And from that, then you go into the world and you now don't carry around stereotypes. You have a much more concrete and I think informed view of other people. And through that, you're really creating what we want, which is a level of allyship and seeing people. I worry that we are, with good intent, trying to start these conversations, but we haven't helped our teachers do it in a way that they can be successful. We then have unintended consequences. So I think that's what I hear you're also building on, Dr. Wiest, but I additionally just think there's still an untapped opportunity with our curriculum that we could have just a very fact-based. Our history says so much about, like what you said about women, and celebrating 100 years of women being able to vote. But whoops, we didn't remember that actually more than half of our women couldn't vote because we had that whole unaligned civil rights challenge that we had never rectified as a country. If we just gave those facts really clearly, we'd actually have maybe a more meaningful place to be able to have conversations that looked at our history. And we would also be doing ourselves a favor in terms of being on the same page factually. So anyway, I just wanted to add that as a +1.
So I think that there's multiple strands. And so this is something that we could work on in terms of maybe it ends up being a study session for the board, and we could bring in multiple staff members from different departments and perspectives and understand that, and if it's anything that we need to partner. But really, we want to make sure that we're providing the support to everyone who needs it, whether it's the educators to be able to have these conversations, but we want to ultimately support the students so that they are growing and feel connected and that they belong. And so it entails many things. And so it's just an ask, and we'll, when we do our kind of takedown of this meeting, kind of figure out where that might occur in the next couple of months or so, given that there's always a lot going on. But I think this is, it's come to a point where we really need to consolidate and have a good understanding.
Do you want me to give the kind of a 2-minute response about just in general to some of the comments that I heard tonight, but that relate to what you're, the topic you're just describing?
Sure.
Okay. Okay, so I'm thinking about this topic in 3 buckets. One being, if I'm thinking about the whole system, and I'm thinking one is the culture, working on the culture in the district, a culture that supports inclusion, belonging, celebration of the richness of diversity. The second bucket that I'm thinking of is social justice and the systems that we have in place and the barriers. So what systems do we have that inadvertently leave some folks out, and how can we have systems in place so that just simply does not happen? No matter who comes into our system as a new employee, that we have systems in place so those kinds of things don't happen. And so that we're removing barriers for our kids and families and staff all the time, that we are removing these barriers so that we have equity within our system and our structure that supports supports equity in our district. And then finally, but not really last, I don't mean this to be last, it isn't in an order, is the curriculum and the experiences that our students have in the classroom that lead them to some greater awareness. This is the global competency I've been talking about, the cultural competency, the racial consciousness, learning about social justice. So how do our students, these human beings, what knowledge and skills do we want them to have? And I would say, even though, yes, we have been working on for a number of years, it's still relatively new and rapidly evolving. I don't think that we have universal agreement on what that is and what it should be and what it should look like. And so what happens is we have a series of trainings that come out, we attend these, and then some of our folks attempt to implement it absent some other direction, right? So we don't necessarily have I'll say a scope and sequence of what and how should be taught in that arena. Even if we did, there would still be agreement and disagreement about what that should be. There always has been about math curriculum and instruction, or about how we teach, reading even, phonics versus whole language. There's always some dispute around that, but this is relatively new if you think about those topics. So we have been examining our curriculum. We have much work to do. I consider this our life's work. Moving forward, it's not going to be a one-year fix. And some of it is embedded in other content areas and other things that we're working with in terms of professional development for our educators. And I think it is absolutely priority critical because of the conversations that are happening on the national level, globally. I mean, just all of our super awareness and potential harm that we could do within the classroom if we don't have some training and supports in place for our educators. It's not fair to them that we're putting the burden on them without that training and support.
Okay, thanks. And then the two other themes, one was athletics, and Director Chu, I hope that you'll follow up on that along with your conversations with WIA. And then the last one was around grades. And Mr. Harrison, I believe that we're going to get a report from the grading advisory committee at the next meeting.
Yes.
Yes, so.
I thought we
Okay. Yes, so that covers the main themes that I heard. So just got to wrap up that. Was there something else?
It's grades. It's also just responsiveness. I think it was concerning to hear so many parents say, I've emailed, I've called, kept escalating, and couldn't get somebody to say, no, your kid has not been absent 40 times. I've been trying to correct this, for example. I can't get it. It's when I post on Facebook that then the school responds. I think that's concerning. We heard it from more than one parent.
On the attendance piece, though, I want to say, I don't know for sure that it's just response. It definitely was responsiveness in that category, but I wonder if, based on the fact that this woman who reported this to us said that there were 65 other parents who responded to her and said they had similar experiences, and I didn't go and count them, so I don't know. But I wonder if part of the responsiveness problem may be that there's a glitch or a problem with whether it's technical or non-technical problem with how we are implementing attendance at Interlake. So we should try to figure that out, because maybe if a teacher's getting 30 of those fix my kid attendance every day, they can't just keep responding to all of that and tracking that down. And so I don't know, I don't want to diagnose it for them. I just want to say there was a theme, and it seemed like it's something worth following up on.
Okay, so it's responsiveness in general, whether that goes under comms or elsewhere. All right, so that brings us to the end of that portion, and we are now in executive session. It will be brief. We'll try to keep it to 10 minutes. Directors will
Go into the other room. Let me read the purpose for this executive session is to evaluate the qualifications of an applicant.
Wait, we skipped 10.
Did we skip something? Oh, sorry. So actually, with all of that summary was to say that goes into agenda planning, kind of, I already said that in my head. Agenda planning is mostly done there. Does anyone else have anything else to add for future agenda? Yes.
I think we were going to talk about the summer.
Yeah, so the summer dates are proposed there. If you have any further things, you can write them into Ms. Gasparich. So there has been, she sent out something, and then
I did reply, but I just wanted, I will just throw out there, since you're all here, that if for that second August meeting, we could do the week before it, that would be better for me.
Same.
Okay, so we'll take that up and take a poll or something with that.
Wait, the week, can we just be clear about the week before? It's already been moved to the week before what it was scheduled as. It was scheduled as the 31st, and now it's been moved to the prior week. Are you asking it to be moved yet one more week before?
I will just say yes.
Okay, so I would say, like, I absolutely don't want that to happen. That would be the week that I will be out of town probably.
We will put forward something. We'll also have to coordinate with staff, because that is the meeting where we approve a lot of things, and staff needs to have it completed. So
if it's feasible to have us be virtual, I can make it work, but it's not great.
So all of these meetings in the summertime, we'd like to have the meetings. We want to model kind of full-time in person as much as possible starting in the fall. We are doing it as well in the spring, but we understand too that for staff as well as for board directors, it has been a challenging 15 months, and that people, if they have been able to make plans to see family, et cetera, that we can now do hybrid meetings. And so the meeting date should not be only contingent on you being able to be here in person. Just as you RSVP for them, just let Ms. Gasparich know so that we can coordinate accordingly. So just keep that in mind with the dates, and understand that latter meeting in August is also contingent upon staff being able to complete the reports that we need to review at that time. So it potentially needs to be as late as possible. So those are there, just for information. Anything else for the agenda? No. Okay, so now we're on to executive session. So we're going to have that for 10 minutes. The purpose of the executive session is to evaluate the qualifications of an applicant for public employment and to review the performance of a staff member. However, discussion of salary, wages, and other conditions of employment to be generally applied within the district will occur in a meeting open to the public, and when the board elects to take the final action of hiring, setting the salary of an individual staff member or class of staff members, or discharging or disciplining an employee, that action will be taken in a meeting open to the public. So with that, we will be in executive session for 10 minutes.
Okay.
Hi, we're extending by another 10 minutes for the executive session.
another 10 minutes. All right, that concludes our executive session, which brings us to the next item on the agenda, which is adjournment. We are now adjourned.